Oh, we didn't get a countdown.
Oh, we didn't. It's okay. Whatever.
Okay.
It's been a while. Hey, everybody. I'm Tiff, Modern Mystic, and this is Josh with Breaking Reality.
Hello.
We're hopping on for some live readings tonight. And Josh, you want to explain how the gratitude readings work?
Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to be doing gratitude readings. So if you come on and you tell us something that you are grateful for, we will give you a free mini reading, which is a 2-card pull from each of us.
So something you're grateful for.
Yep. And that's absolutely free as long as you tell us something you're grateful for.
Does it need to be in complete sentence format? Is there some kind of, or is it just?
I've never really set up too many crazy rules with it. You know,
I'd be like, it's got to have punctuation. It can't be more than a paragraph. It can't be less than one sentence. No.
That's the teacher in me. Teacher mode coming out in Tiffany hardcore right now.
Oh, yeah. Gotta have some guidelines. Hey.
Hardcore teacher mode coming out in Tiffany.
Oh, look, whoever said, I know, right? I'm always a teacher, for real. We have someone said grateful for the ability to be grateful. All right, it's a Facebook user, though, so we can't see who you are. So
grateful for a universe. Hi, everybody. Oh, my God, so many people popping in.
My page or Josh's page, and then come in and let us know that you're grateful for being grateful, and I'll pull some cards for you. You know.
I've got to share this over to my page because I think it's only live through yours, so I have got to share this over to.
Oh, Josh! I did not grab a sheet of paper. Do you have paper in front of you to write down names?
Hold on, give me a second.
I have some. I do. I have some spell paper.
Okay.
That's when you know I'm witchy, is when I'm like, I have spell paper.
Just don't burn it until after we're done.
Yeah, no, I won't burn paper on the live. But I'm pretty good with fire.
You scare me with fire, okay? We all know this.
I like flames, and Josh was like, oh my God.
Tiffany was doing a spell one night for me, and she had all these candles and this cast iron skillet that she uses as her cauldron. She had these candles in there, and she takes it had to be at least 7 or 8 bay leaves.
And she thorough.
Huh?
I'm thorough.
Oh yeah, and she throws them all in there at once, and they all catch fire at once, and it's just a giant flame that comes up. And I'm like, Oh, good God, don't burn down the house. And she's like, nah, she told it to calm down, and it did.
Me and fire, it listens to me. I'm telling you, we're friends. Oh, we're getting a lot of gratefuls. Nice.
Oh yeah, we are getting slammed with people coming in right now. So I have got.
We're gonna do some of those. Okay, let me get logged in real quick right here, and I got paper, and I'll start going through it and telling everybody hi. Give me just one moment, y'all. We're sharing out.
Yes. So give us a few moments while we do this, so we let everyone know that we're out there, what we're doing.
Oh, and if y'all are groups in any groups that allow live card readings and stuff, you feel free to share us out as well. Just not to any heckler groups, preferably not. I've had those before. Or heckler. Is it hackle or heckle?
Heckle.
I just said hackle, like a Texan.
It's an accent thing. Remember we was talking about that the other night.
True.
Sometimes it's just an accent thing, and you can't do anything about it.
Don't share out to any hecklers. All right, give it just 1 minute. All right, darn Facebook password. I'll change that thing again. The bane of my existence are passwords.
It's funny. I can't really say much because I'm the same way.
You can't judge me.
I'll admit I had to change a password the other day. Okay, it wasn't more than just a couple of days ago. I had to change a password.
Oh, that's a regular daily thing for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's?
Yeah, but you also have 9,000 different things you log into every day with your business stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Tiff's been helping me with my business stuff, and she's telling me all these things, and I'm like, whoa, slow down. You're overwhelming me.
He's like, I didn't know I was like that. And I'm like, yeah, dude.
I'm
All
like,
right. Let's see here.
oh, I could actually click the post button.
All right. Mariah Thompson, if you hang in with us, I'm putting you at the top of the list. I do not. There's my pin. But if you hang with us, we'll pull 2 cards for you. Let me get this list going. So we've got Mariah. And then Tracy McKinnon.
Allison Marie.
Alice. Aww.
Hi, Allison. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Mariah.
Hi, Allison.
Hey, Jamie. Jamie's grateful for her children.
Sparrow. Love it.
Grateful for another day. Glad you are here with us. Thank you.
We've got Juanita.
Grateful for her family and fiance. Jesse, grateful for a new apartment and job. That is awesome to hear. That's great. Julie,
oh,
for your freedom.
Ruby. There's a Ruby. Oh, wait. No, I'm ahead of you. There's Jesse. Sorry. My bad.
Okay.
Jesse, then Julie, you said?
Yeah, Julie Smith said for my freedom of travel with my occupation.
Love it.
Is that the Julie Smith I know that I went to school with? No, that is not the Julie I went to school with, I don't think.
I'm loving...
Because I went to school with a Julie Smith, and I'm like, did she log in?
I'm loving some of these names. I've got Julie. Is it Ruby after Juanita?
Yeah, we already got Juanita.
Oh, Jesse, Julie.
So Ruby's next.
Winsong.
You got Ruby, right?
Yes. I've got Winsong.
Okay. Hello, Winsong. We got Bethy Ann, grateful for my children.
Got it.
We got Jordy Catherine. I'm grateful for my family.
Jordan.
Or Jordan, yeah.
Jordan, Catherine, got you. I love Sunny. Sunny is my
Sunny.
girl.
We're almost caught up.
Christine McRae, got her.
And then we have Colleen Stevens. Hello, Colleen.
Oh, sorry, I have Colleen. Okay, keep going.
Let's see. Who do we got down here next? Is it Ayana?
Did we get we got Trey? Wait.
We already got Tracy, I thought.
Did I get Tracy?
Yeah, she said she's grateful for her dog earlier.
Okay, got it.
Her dog, she's got a 13-year-old dog named Mr. Nish. I've got a 12-year-old dog named Tanner. And Tanner will make an appearance tonight. He always does. He's a ham for the camera.
That's Ayana.
Ayana?
The teacher and me, I know how to say names right, y'all.
I don't.
If I get it wrong, I'm sorry.
We have Ellie.
Yay! Soul team. I love my soul team too.
Sparrow said, I'm grateful to get a reading.
Awesome.
And I think we are just about caught up.
Tracy's in New Zealand. Hey, girl.
Hey,
thank
awesome.
you, Sonny.
There's Pam.
Pam.
Hi, Pam. Hey, put Pam down for a reading. We'll give Pam a full reading if she wants one.
Here, Pam.
You want a full reading tonight, Pam? We'll give you a reading.
And then we got Teresa Kopp. You're gonna have to help keep up with some of that because, if we miss y'all, if you're grateful for something and we miss you, just let us know. We'll collect more names as we get through these.
Right, because we're going to be going through a lot of cards and stuff too. So you guys are just going to have to help us out.
And if y'all end up wanting a full card reading, it would be full spreads from both Josh and myself. And you can send $20 to my PayPal or to Josh's Cash App. Josh, do you have your Cash App link?
Give me just a second and I will get all the stuff that we need for that.
Thank you. And my PayPal is in the description. Amanda, and recovery is a beautiful thing, girl. I'm a codependent in recovery. Got you, boo. Amanda, got you. Okay, y'all gotta hang with us though. All right. For these, I may rotate from my bizarre mixed deck that I have a stack of right here next to me.
Amanda, recovery is awesome and amazing.
Recovery is intense, though. I mean, it's no joke. I go back and review the steps all the time. I started the steps in Al-Anon years ago, and that's when I realized, like, I was in denial, but I realized I'm a straight up codependent. It's the empath in me, but those relationships and that recovery is a difficult one. Mariah, for if you haven't read
Codependent No More.
Codependent No More is by Melody Beatty, and then there's a workbook that goes with it, and then there's like a second one, like a second codependent. Those books, I swear to gosh, I go back to those all the time. Those are like my saving grace and life saving. She has heard of it. Good, that's the book to read and have.
She says that, yeah.
I'm gonna do. Let's see here. Actually, I might pull from my vintage wisdom oracle for a few of these. I'm just gonna play around.
I'm gonna pull from my spellcasting deck.
We've got Mariah first. Oh wow! Did y'all see that? That
Come
card.
flying out.
Oh.
I was doing a reading the other night and I had just like 2 cards just come flying out.
There we go. All right, Mariah, you, my dear, are, she's a naked lady. Facebook rules. Okay, look, I covered her. Okay.
Hey, it's art, so I think it's allowed.
Well, I don't know, because Facebook's been kind of like bumping me on stuff since I'm like all like sponsored by that thing. So I got to be careful. Okay, I'm covering her nudiness. There we go.
There goes half my decks.
I know, right? I love it. God, it is art. Okay, so Mariah, new beginnings. With the new beginnings, this is telling me, let me cover her a little bit. Okay, this is telling me that things are looking bright for you, sister. And I already know that you're in recovery. I have a feeling that you're starting new chapters of your life and you're moving on from old past patterns and toxicity. And you're starting to set boundaries. Remember, no is a complete sentence. And that is where balance is so important right now in your life. Is that work-life relationship balance. It could be balance between your spirituality and then your physical presence. But within this, you have all the skills that you need because you've gone through the trials, you've gone through the hard times, you've got the new beginnings, and you just got to ground yourself and keep that balance. What you got, Josh?
I got clarity in career. So to me, this points towards, especially with new beginnings, that there might be some clarity on looking into a new career path or walking down a new line, looking for something new that's going to be a new adventure, a new journey for you.
Explore your creativity, sister.
Yeah.
Do what inspires you and sparks your soul.
Yeah, but it really feels like there's either going to be, you're getting clarity on your career and like where you want to go in it, what path you want to specialize down, or you might also, I got the feeling like it's a new career path you're going to be looking at.
Maybe a total shift, taking the skills from what she's already learned and shifting it into a new adventure, a new path. I like that.
That's the feeling I get.
Let us know if that resonates, Mariah. And if y'all want more elaborate readings, then just let us know if you paid. Let us know that you paid as well in the comments.
Right, exactly.
She said spot on.
Nice, yay!
All right.
Hey, add Heather Murray to the list. Heather says, my daughter and not giving up on my life.
Oh, girl. No, you can't give up on life. Trust me, I've given up once. You don't want to do that.
Everybody's saying they love the music. Dave loves like the music.
It's our music that we do. All right. Let's see. We've got Tracy. I think it's McKinnon. I just put Tracy MC. So Tracy Mac. I'm a Mac too. Josh is a Mac.
I'm a Mick. I'm Irish.
So I got the McCombs. Wow. Tracy, Sanctuary. All right. This is a reminder that it's okay to go within. It's okay to retreat into your own sanctuary. I have a feeling this could be home, okay? And this is that reminder that with that sanctuary, we're in alignment. With that sanctuary, this is your space to revitalize yourself, to rest when you need to, and allow yourself to ground and connect to nature more, or even bring nature more into your space. Bring in those plants. Do that herb garden. Practice that green thumb. Those kind of things. Sanctuary and nature. What you got, Josh? Home?
First card was manifestation. So, and then the second card was home. So that manifestation of home, that creating that sanctuary that Tiffany was talking about, and manifesting that through your actions and through the things that you're putting out there, your energetic intentions and thoughts that you're putting out into your home, creating that sanctuary and just building that place that you can just really thrive in.
Yes, that's really important. And having that place that is yours. I mean, it could just even be like a room in your home.
Absolutely.
Be, a space that you set up with the things you like to inspire you.
Even if it's just like a little corner in your room where you set up like a little reading nook or something like that, or a little place that you can sit and meditate, or just have like a little altar or something like that, where you can just sit and find a little peace and a little quiet. Spend a little bit of mindfulness.
A reading nook. You can go read underneath a tree in nature.
Absolutely.
Blessed be Tracy. She said, right on. Thank you both. All right. We've got Allison Marie. I'm going to stick with these cards for a minute. Let me clear them with some Paulo. Y'all guys are going to be breaking out with the barbecue lighter. Don't make fun. Batteries always die around me, Josh. Oh, I didn't grab my charger. Okay. Batteries always die around me. Josh knows this. And lighters. Why?
See, Tiffany breaks out that lighter. When I go for Palo Santo, I don't mess around.
Dude, really? Really? Are we going to break out with the ruler now?
I couldn't resist. I could not resist it. I couldn't.
I admit it. Okay, yours is bigger and better. Okay, yours is creme brulee lighter. Yours is a torch.
It really
That's
is
not even a lighter. That shouldn't even classify.
I couldn't resist.
You got the propane torch with butane and crap, and I'm like, I got my barbecue lighter.
Coming in like Hank Hill, propane and propane accessories.
Too much fun. We gotta laugh. Okay, keep that vibration high. Remember, y'all, laugh. Life is
I couldn't resist. It was just too good of a setup right there.
Set myself up. Totally. Oh, here. Ooh, girl. 2 cards for Allison. Ooh, 3 cards, actually. Let's see here. 3 just like straight up popped out. Dude. Allison, you got to have hope. You got to keep that hope in your heart that things in your life are bright, that things are turning around for you. You've got to keep that hope and gratitude in your heart whenever you are thinking about your future, whenever you're thinking about your present and your past. Keep that hope alive within your heart. And girl, surround yourself with beauty and see the beauty in yourself and in all things. Because by seeing beauty around you and within yourself, it's going to help you raise that vibration, and it's going to help you to really connect into that feeling of hope and gratitude. Connect to that in your heart space, because ultimately you got the expression card, and this is telling me that either you've got artistic endeavors, you've got writing endeavors, there's something that you're supposed to be expressing that is going to assist and help others. And by stepping into alignment with hope, with that beauty, it's going to help you to manifest your own expressions and clarity on them a lot more. Josh, what you got?
First card I pulled was talent, and I feel this just stacks off of your reading, comes right at the very end of it, and it says that expression is some of your talents that you have. Whatever those talents, whatever those hobbies, those things that you like, embrace those go with those. That is a key element to this path that you're on.
I think it's crafting. Like, she's a crafter. Like, go promote your stuff somewhere.
The next card is commitment, and I don't think this is like a commitment in like a relationship, like a romantic or anything like that. This is a commitment to yourself, to your higher self, to advancing what your goals, your dreams, and making a commitment to those and not giving up on them. Not allowing
to tell her story through expression.
Yeah.
And
you've been wanting to do public speaking and writing? Absolutely. Oh, Allison, that is beautiful.
What'd you say?
She said she wants to do public speaking and writing.
Girl, what's holding you back? You've got a lot to share with others when it comes to that hope and inspiration in your story. So,
hey,
create a business page. Start sharing stuff.
Hey, I'll throw this out there. Allison, I do a podcast.
Allison, you could come on the podcast.
Hit me up. It's a good way to get a first step out into doing that kind of thing.
I think Rosie just got into something in the living room.
You might want to go check and see what Rosie's getting into.
Rosie! I heard something ka-thunk in there.
Allison, whose page did you come in through? Did you come in through Tiffany's or mine? You can like, if you came in through Tiffany's, message Tiffany and have her get you my information.
Or your information's in the description.
Oh yeah, my information's in the description, so you can just go right there.
Girl, you got it. A DA survivor and cancer. Seriously. And if you want someone, if you're going to want a collaboration, I'm a survivor as well. And I have lupus. So I'm a lupus warrior. So we can collaborate. Because there's you could even, do something like a compilation of survivor stories.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. There's all kinds of avenues to go with that.
Express yourself. You're meant to. Yes. It's your gift. Use your gift to help others. We have Jamie. Is Jamie still here?
On that whole point with Allison on using the gifts for others, one of the guests I had on the podcast, Darren McGavin, said one of the most beautiful things I have ever heard. He says, I have turned my traumas into my blessings.
That's true. To me, it's like my freaking armor, man. I'm armed, I'm like a warrior with them.
Well, the reason he said that is because after he went through all the different things he went through, there was a lot of abuse and stuff there. All these things that he survived, and it was horrible. It was horrible. I'm not going to say anything because there's some trigger stuff there.
Oh, yeah, no.
There's trigger warnings up on the podcast episode when you go to watch it and stuff. But with Darren, he became a shamanic practitioner and now helps other people working through their trauma and their, all their different problems. And what allows him to be able to do that is his past, that he has actual experience in that. So that he actually relates to these people. He's more empathetic and working with them. He can connect with them on a deeper level because he understands it not from an academic standpoint, but from an actual experience standpoint.
Well, the best healers, like with Josh and I, we're both survivors in both chronic illness and all kinds of stuff. Same story, it helps you to empathize and connect with people a lot more at a very true level because you've been there, man. And you've survived. So it's a hope. All right. We've got Jamie and I've got Release. Jamie, you got some baggage that you're carrying. And I have a feeling this is emotional, energetic baggage, maybe even some financial stuff going on here. All right. You need to check yourself and you need to see what is yours and what isn't yours, because that baggage, it needs to go. And you need to give compassion to yourself. Turn that love and compassion that you give so many other people and turn it in on yourself, because that's going to help you level up. Josh, what you got? This is Jamie.
And this is going to be really interesting because off of what you said, my first card is transformation.
Oh, wow.
And the second card is family. So I think there's a transformation going on within the family, within the relationship dynamics with someone. And that's what's going on right now.
That's why they've got to let go of some stuff and they've got to set those boundaries.
Right, but they've got to do it compassionately so they don't lose that person.
Absolutely.
It's not cutting that person out, it's setting boundaries. And if that person can't respect those boundaries, then they are going to have to learn there's
if they're going to be in your life, they have to.
There's consequences for not respecting those boundaries.
Yeah, it's important.
Yes,
especially
it's very
being
important.
empathic. Next we got Sparrow. Jamie, if that resonated, please let us know in the comments. Allison, yes, please be in touch. Jamie says yes. Jamie, did that resonate?
I think she was saying yes for that she was still here.
Okay. Yeah. Jamie, please let us know if that resonated.
Okay, we got some more people popping in.
We got Sparrow real quick, and then we'll address that.
Okay, gotcha.
Sparrow's been waiting. Here we go. Everyone's been waiting. Wow.
We had a lot of people come in right at the beginning. Start. Oh, I just had 3 cards come flying out.
I had 2. I'm also going to pull a clarification card. I got to do this for Sparrow. I'm going to pull from my other mixed deck over here. Okay, my mixed deck. Joy, stay with us.
Yeah, everybody coming in, just hold on for a little bit. We're trying to clear some of the readings that we have built up, and then we will get to everyone that's just coming in.
Oh, wow. Okay, there we go. Yep.
That makes perfect sense, Jamie. Look what Jamie just said.
Girl, Jamie, that is it.
Yeah.
And forgiveness as well, because forgiveness isn't for the other person. It's for you. And when you forgive one, you forgive 2. And forgiving doesn't mean forgetting. Forgiving is a release. And that's what you're needing to do. You can look up Ho'oponopono. It's a beautiful Hawaiian meditation mantra that you can do. There's you can look it up. There's also some YouTube ones. And I suggest doing that one for some good forgiveness.
Thank you, Pam.
All right.
And yeah, Jamie, absolutely. And like the big part is in that compassion. You got to keep that compassion in there, not just for you, but for your child.
Mm-hmm. Well, and compassion doesn't mean weak. Compassion is strong.
Yes, absolutely. And that forgiveness, when you go through that forgiveness, that doesn't just, it's like, it breaks an energetic connection with that person. It cuts that energetic. Yeah, it cuts that energetic tie to whatever is that, that situation. That trauma, that situation, that issue, whatever's there. It breaks that so it's not latched onto you anymore. And it gives you freedom to be able to move forward without that dragging you down.
Well, it's very much like a declaration to the universe. Like, hey, I've forgiven. I've learned this lesson. This cycle's over with. Let's move on. All right, we've got for Sparrow, beautiful, beautiful Sparrow. I have to tell you, I accidentally tapped into your energy a little bit, and I feel you. And if you have not researched Hyoka Empath, look at Google Hyoka Empath. And there's this article, like 11 traits of a Hyoka. It's going to be the first one that pops up. Read that article. Because Sparrow, I guarantee you all 11 of those are going to resonate with you 110%. Because you, my dear, are a healer. And I think you know this already. But just a reminder. Because you are being reminded to unplug. And this is unplugging to give yourself space. Unplugging from Facebook, unplugging from the phone, unplugging from the computer, unplugging from the world, and giving yourself maybe an hour a day, if you can pull that one, to meditate, to connect within yourself. And meditation doesn't have to be, it's not just sitting there, cross-legged, chanting Om or something like that. It could be painting. It could be, doing gardening, any of those things, but be in the moment. Unplug and be in the now is the main thing, because you are reconnecting and healing your inner child at this moment. You've been doing a lot of deep work, and that's that shadow work. And shadow work is a cycle. It's a circular path, a spiral. It's not something that we do and done. And when it comes to the shadow work in this healing, when you're unplugging, you're going within yourself, you can hold space for your wounded inner child and help send that healing to yourself at that younger age. And this is going to help you when it comes to having patience for yourself, having patience for others, having patience for the way things are unfolding. You're being reminded that healing takes time, and that's okay. You're not too late. You're right on time, and you're where you're supposed to be. Amy, it's Hyoka, Hyoka. Hyoka is like, it's a Lakota term for basically the comedic healer, the empathic comedic healer. But and some say it's the most, powerful, whatever, empath. I don't see it like that, okay? Because that's kind of snobby and entitled. But humbleness is where we want to go with this. But Hyoka is very strong, and Hyoka has this issue in their lives of holding up a mirror so much to other people that other people project their junk onto them. And that's where Hyoka has to really understand those boundaries and understand themselves. So just Google, or I can actually, Josh, while you're doing your reading, I'm going to see if I can, if I click off, I don't know if I can come back. Google Hyoka Empath 11 traits.
Give me some time and I will pull some stuff up because I can do it while we're
I think I could do it from my laptop too.
Okay.
Oh, you're on your computer.
Yeah, I can do it from here, but I got to do the reading first. So give me a few minutes.
Go for it.
Okay, so the first card I pulled is fertility. Okay, and I know a lot of people when they see this card, fertility, they're going, "Oh my God, pregnancy, kids, stuff like that." Not necessarily. Okay.
I got the birth control.
There goes Tiffany.
Unless you're really trying, then that's a good thing. Okay.
This is it's 11 traits, Sunny. The fertility is all about the time. Sparrows said nothing to worry about.
Girl, I'm right there with you. Nothing to worry about with me either. It's been a long time. I'm free.
It's going to take me 20 minutes to get through this card at this point. I'm grateful to be able to laugh so much while we do these things. And I even said in my post, I said, come out and join us for some laughs. So we have accomplished that already. There'll probably be a lot more. So the fertility card, a lot of times, especially fertility card in this season with springtime, it is, well, at least in the Northern Hemisphere, it's spring. But with coming into springtime, it's a really critical thing with like the fertility. It's a season of planting seeds, of preparing the ground, of preparing the soil, of planting the seeds, and bringing them into the process of growth so that we can harvest this later. And it's a big part of planting the seeds, of bringing all of that in. The next card I got is closure. As we're bringing in the fertility of a new birth, of something that you're planting seeds, you're closing off something from the past and you're moving in to something new.
I spelled Hyoka wrong to them. It's H-E-Y.
Yeah, it's one of those complicated ones. I wasn't even going to try to spell it without looking it up. Hey, Yoka.
Hi, Yoka.
Sounds like she's saying, hey, y'all, from like Georgia. Hey, Yoka.
Hi, Yoka.
It's like, hey, you okay? Hey, you okay over there?
I'm looking for that original article I found. Give me a second.
Back to this. So, you're going to be bringing closure to a chapter of your life as you're starting to plant these seeds for a new phase that's coming. And the third card that popped out is the Justice card. So there's actually going to be justice coming into some of the things that deal with that closure. Things are going to, like, as that closure comes in and you're closing off, things are going to end in a manner that's going to be positive for you. It's going to bring a just closing, like a righteous closing to that so that it's settled in the way it needs to, so that you're open and clear for being able to start this new path, this new journey, without that stuff hanging onto you and continue to burden you.
I found the article. I'm trying to figure out how to share it though.
Patty, what we are doing tonight is we are doing, send it over to me on Facebook, Tiff, and I'll grab it and post it.
I'm putting it in the comments right now. It's going to be from my personal profile.
Send it over to me.
I got to turn this volume down.
Facebook, Tiff, and I'll grab it and post it.
I'm putting it in the comments right now. It's going to be from my personal profile. Oh my gosh, that's what I sound like.
I know. I hate listening to my own voice.
I'm in the country.
I hate it. I hate it. Whenever I have to edit videos, I hate listening to my own voice.
Like, oh, that's me. Like a disassociation.
Sparrow, let us know if those resonated with you. I know I laughed so hard trying to do that reading.
It's something with Sparrow as well, along with what you were talking about. To go along with that, planting those seeds, that transformation, celebrating the spring, the newness, letting everything from winter fade away as winter should. And during that, I'm getting that divine feminine aspect. It's like that, let your fire rise up, sister. Okay?
That might be where the justice comes from.
That could be it. Divine feminine. Because there's that righteous fury within the divine feminine that is very righteous, we got some crap done. So allow that to come up, do that inner healing, and allow yourself to step into that power.
She said she's getting married next year, so she's guessing that's the new phase. So the closure could be the closing off the phase of her, being single and entering into, starting to build that family.
Entering into that partnership.
Yeah, that partnership. Not necessarily being single because they've been together, but
her fire's all
but
there.
It's good. But that's a new depth, a new level, a new commitment that takes off in a new way.
I love this comment right here. I want to give you a hug. Thank you, Jordan.
You should see what Pam said earlier, that our energy. What did Pam say earlier? Let me go find it. We've missed a lot of stuff, so we're gonna have to go back and catch up on some stuff.
There's a fix.
Here's what Pam said earlier.
Here we go. Oh, there's Vanessa. Sorry. All right.
She's clicking right off you, Pam.
I didn't see Pam's. Click it. Click it. Click it.
Who do we have next on the list?
Oh my gosh. I am such a jinx. Now my pen's not writing. I'm serious. I'm about to lick out my. It worked. My spit's magical. Wait, I'm gonna quit talking. Give me a moment, y'all.
I just can't.
Don't say a word. You keep your comments to yourself. He's turning red. Are you okay? You're turning red. I think Josh is laughing to death. I licked my pen. You've never done that?
The licking the pin wasn't the part. It was the magical spit part that put it over the top.
Well, I was about to use my flame over here to get that pin working.
But if I used mine, the pin wouldn't exist anymore.
Here's the pin. The pin would be, it's like a solar flare coming out at the pin. All right, Patty, I got you on the list if you want to hang with us. I added that link, y'all. I'll add it again. That's 11 traits. I guarantee a lot of y'all are empaths. It's going to resonate.
Oh.
All right, we've got Juanita.
We might have to take a break so I can go breathe.
We'll come back to that one. I'm writing a note down. Magic spit. Okay, there we go. We'll come back to your thoughts later, I think, in private.
I think we just need to forget them and move on.
Wait, how do you do the eyebrow?
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. Heather's laughing. Hey, Heather. I love you, Pam. They say I'm funny. Yo, I
You
taught
are
theater
funny.
12 years. I'm a theater girl at heart. It's not going to be boring. And Josh,
I'm a Leo. That's all you need to know. Okay.
he's like, I'm a Leo. Oh, wow. Oh, Sparrow says they were together 10 years.
Oh, nice.
Hi, Alexa. Welcome back to you. Oh, Amy says we have very incredible positive energy.
I only have one rule for the rest of the night, Tiffany. Do not say anything funny while I'm taking a drink.
I'm sorry. If it comes out your nose, it's not my fault.
I'll end up spitting it all over my computer monitor.
That would actually be really funny. I may have to have this as a goal now. That's like a challenge accepted. You can't tell me not to do something like that with a dramatic, funny outcome and accept.
It's not dramatic funny. It means I got to spend the next 15 to 20 minutes cleaning my monitor and my keyboard. Probably.
Laugh at what that looks like. I mean, oh my god, that's great stuff.
No, it's not.
As long as it doesn't go down the wrong pipe, because Tanner. I know Tanner can't do CPR on you. So.
No, Tanner would be like, oh, crap. I'm not getting treats tonight.
Come on, dog. Give me a treat, Dad.
Yeah, come here, T. We're talking about you. Why don't you show up?
Here, Jamie. I'll share that link again.
Come here. Come here. Hi, lazy boy. Can you move like 2
feet? Here you go, Jamie. I just shared that link. It's like a LinkedIn article. It's a really good article because it gives the history of the peoples and explains that you don't have to be a part of that tribe or that indigenous culture to sit within. Oh my god, I love you, Tanner. That's my dog voice.
He was sleeping in the bed that you got him.
He's a sweet boy.
Yeah, he's a sleepy boy right now.
You got another. Jamie says she's a Leo. I'm a Cancer Leo. People say there's not such thing as cusps, but I say it's a spectrum. Amanda.
If this is not one of the most adorable things you see in your day.
Oh, he makes my heart happy. Melissa says, hi, I'm so glad to see you guys back, and I'm grateful for both of you in this beautiful sunny day. Oh my God, Melissa, I love you. So much.
It has been like a while since we've done one of these together.
I haven't, y'all. I got a whole story, but I had heart surgery in December. I had posted about it on the page. So I've been having and I know you're near death. Another one, second one.
I will be honest. I knew what was going on. I wasn't sharing it because Tiffany wanted it kept private.
But well, I did share some of it.
Yeah, you did share some, but we were close to losing you.
I know. Yeah. I remember my other side. I was right there at that line. And when my heart stopped on that table, when that blood clot went in and it broke in half, and the doctor was trying to get it, I mean, that was, my heart stopped. I was flatlined. And I'm a rare blood type. So whenever I started having issues, they had to reset. It was a whole complicated thing. But it took me a little bit for my heart to really start coming back. And they couldn't give me paddles because they were in surgery right there with the camera. But I did come back and started pumping again, very slow. And so it's like I was right there at that line. I was like, am I going or am I staying? And I was like, I got too much stuff to do. I got to stay.
She knew I would have been upset if she went. And she knows I know how to cross over to the other side and come find her. I can go torment her on the other side.
I come hang out with you. Don't worry about that. Juanita, and this goes for anybody else listening. I got 2 cards that literally popped out. And this is that reminder that our ancestors are always like what we're talking about with the other side. Okay, our ancestors are always around us, not only in our blood, not only in our genetics, not only in our DNA, but in spirit. And I know some of y'all will all of a sudden smell your grandmother's perfume or your grandfather's cigar, those kind of things. Trust that. Don't doubt yourself. Trust what you're getting because you are receiving those little hints from your loved ones on the other side that are there loving you and supporting you because you are protected. And that goes along with what Josh's card is. Josh,
Well,
what's your card?
The first card I pulled was New Beginnings.
New. Oh, nice. And I got this one.
Yeah, I love this card. New Beginnings is glorious.
I got Guardian Angel. So we have Ancestor, Spirit Guide, and Guardian Angel.
Yeah, and so we've got new beginnings going on. So you're starting a new beginning, you're starting a new path, a new idea, a new place. And in that, you've got to trust in those spirit guides, like Tiffany was saying, those ancestors, those ones that have went before you and laid the path for you to continue they've laid the groundwork for the path that you're on.
Their strength.
Yeah.
Their wisdom.
Yeah, and they will be there for you to help guide you. And especially in those dark moments, in those hard moments, in those tough times, they are going to be there for you. But you have to reach out and rely on them. You can't deny that they're there. You've got to be willing to open yourself up to them.
And you'll feel that love. If you feel anything other than love, protection, then push that. I'd be like, nope, you're not my grandma. Because my grandma has a certain feeling, my granny, and so you're gonna know that they're gonna feel familiar, like home. And I think that transition, the new beginnings, could also be new ways of seeing things, new ways of thinking, new consciousness, awareness.
Those new beginnings, a lot of times, are new beliefs, new ideas, new concepts that have been introduced. Now, sometimes they can be things like a new job or something like that, but rarely are they really those. I see them more often than not when I start working with those. As a lot of times, it's one of those things that it's the idea of changing a belief system or hearing something new and being open-minded enough to go, okay, what I knew previously and what I believed previously no longer fits with this new bit of information that I've gained.
Paradigm shift.
Yes. And that's actually the real key to ascension. When you talk about ascension, ascension is essentially going, you know what? I am open-minded enough to go, this belief system that I've been holding onto for a while no longer applies because I've been presented with something new that makes this outdated.
And then incorporate it or grow.
Right. And a lot of times those belief systems, it's a little bit of foundation. It, but what it is, right, it's foundation. It's things that grows on each other. It's like, you start off learning, the basics and stuff, and then you learn more and more complex things and more higher level things. Mm-hmm. And as you get into some of the deeper knowledges and some of the deeper truths, some of the beliefs that you held previously start to fall apart because, well, maybe they weren't as true as what you thought they were, and they were some things that was just put there by other people.
Exactly. It's that not having the blind faith, but walking that spiritual path and using that discernment and understanding that just because somebody who's got some kind of title or whatever told you this doesn't mean it's absolute truth. And that's where if something doesn't feel right or feel like truth to you, then do that digging and research and be open about it and allow yourself to understand that maybe history isn't as we perceive it to be.
Right.
All right. We've got Jesse. I don't know if Jesse's still here. Jordan, I'm on Xarelto now. They had me on warfarin, and I'm all over the place because of my lupus stuff. I couldn't get my INR right. So now I'm on Xarelto, and I'm praying that it works because that blood clot, I have antiphospholipid syndrome. It means I have sticky blood, whatever. I don't want those again. I'm done. I broke up with blood clots.
Hey, hon, she moved.
That's what I was just looking at.
Yep.
Gotcha, Heather. We'll bump you up. Let's do, is Jesse still here? Heather. For Heather, I will do tarot. I love everybody so much. I'm going to come back to these comments later.
And for Heather, I will break over to my Sacred Rebels deck.
Nice. Juanita. She did get a new house and she felt her ancestors come. She's got a wedding. Everyone's getting married, y'all. Congratulations. A wedding this August. Jordan says her relationship with her fiance is so much better. Wow.
Nice. Awesome.
Hi, Ava. How are you doing, love? Jordan says they just tested her for lupus. Lovenox shots were, oh girl, Lovenox burn too. If you want to reach out about the lupus thing, feel free to message me on my business page or Tiffany Klepper. I am like, Josh will tell you, I'm a walking knowledge book when it comes to autoimmune diseases, because I legit have a bunch and I've dealt with a bunch, and you're not alone.
I'm not alone. I'm no slouch in that area either, because I have my own.
Oh, Josh is too. And Josh is like, when it comes to our autoimmune diseases, I'll be saying, like, God, my back hurts, and I just got diagnosed with osteoarthritis and bone spurs, Josh. He's like, dang, my back's been hurting too. And I'm like, hey.
I know what my back's hurting now.
Oh.
My lower back's because of the hernia, and my core is weak because I dealt with that hernia for 3.5 years, or almost 3 years. And I've got to get that core strengthened back up. I'm still in the process of strengthening that back up, and it's just weak.
Gosh, absolutely.
I'm actually, and this is not, paid for in any way, shape, form, or another, but I have the DDP yoga, which a friend of mine bought for me. The Diamond Dallas Page yoga.
I do hatha.
Well, here's the thing. Diamond Dallas Page was a professional wrestler who developed a yoga program for other wrestlers and athletes and stuff whose bodies were broken down, so he could help them get back into shape and back into health.
Okay.
And then what he ended up doing was modifying even that more to work with people with disabilities, health issues. Like, there's been people that's went through his program that had to walk on crutches because of health issues, like for weight management, for pain management and stuff like that. And working through his program, they've got off of crutches, they've dropped a bunch of weight, they've got, like, you would not recognize these people.
You know what? This right here, this comment, before we do the reading for some of the others and Heather, this comment, empath, legit. Josh will agree with this.
Well, and it's a shamanic thing too.
And a healer thing. Yeah. Empaths, y'all, because I swear it's an energetic, emotional body thing. And it's empaths, because of who we are, because of that light, because of, the abilities we have. We endure a lot of really crappy situations, and we endure a lot of abuse and toxicity, and we get burnt out. A lot of us are neurodivergent as well. And that's where those autoimmune diseases genetically, they start popping up, and they're like, hey, for me, I had a trigger virus. Mine was mono. Then I had a complete hysterectomy. After that, I was full-blown lupus and all these other wonderful things. And it's like, but it's also being that empath.
Yeah.
There's a link. I guarantee it. And I'm going to write this down about the castor oil. Thank you so much, Patty. I've never heard of castor oil patches.
I've never heard of that or using them for bone spurs at all. Because I've actually got a bone spur in my heel.
Ugh, they hurt.
Yeah, it sucks.
Bethy, Reiki, I swear by it. That's how I got on my Reiki path. And I'm like certified in all kinds of Reikis because I went crazy years ago. Because Reiki is honestly my only pain relief right now. I'm not on pain meds. I do ketamine injections once a month, gabapentin, and Reiki. And crystals, but Reiki's my saving grace.
If you need Reiki work, contact Tiffany for Reiki work. She is amazing with her Reiki work.
Like, connect
by all means. And she also does Reiki teachings and certifications and stuff too. So if you're interested in learning Reiki.
1, 2, 3. I do Usui Ryoho and Usui Shiki, both of them, the traditional and the Hawaiian. And then angelic, violet flame, crystal, kundalini. I got y'all. Sunny's right. It's because we absorb others' pain and trauma. I swear, as a teacher, I would get bombarded.
I actually had an energy healer that I worked with tell me at one point in time, you have to guard and ward yourself because you will absorb others' energies naturally walking down the street. You are not even, well, hold on. He said, you're not even trying to absorb these things. You're naturally absorbing what these people are putting off. That's the way you are. That's the way you operate.
I believe
and
it.
He says, what you have to do is learn how to transmute those energies and then present them back out, because you cannot keep those inside of you. Even if you transmute them and hold them inside of you, you cannot contain them inside of you. The vessel can only contain so much.
And that's where Josh and I will say, you've got to release what isn't yours.
Yes.
You have to, especially empaths. That's our self-care 101, because we're carrying so much shit, and we're carrying stuff from situations. So forgiveness to situations, places, things like that, because we clear that energy wherever we are. I mean, we're just a natural magnet for it. And it's salt baths. I swear by those. Black tourmaline, Reiki, go for it.
Let me, if you guys don't mind, let me walk you through real quick what this energy healer told me as a quick, easy way to ward. And this is something that anyone should be able to do.
Good.
Okay. If he would tell me to stand, and he said, close your eyes, put your arms down at your side. Mm-hmm. He said, and then take your hands, and he had me place them like this at my waist. At my waist. And then he said, breathe in. And as you breathe in, he said, pull your hands up to your navel. And then
physically
exhale.
doing that energy.
And then exhale. And when you exhale, push back down. And then he said, next time you inhale, do this and bring it up to your chest. And then exhale, pushing it back down. He says,
I like that.
And while you're doing this, he said to imagine
that
light surrounding you and the energy. And he said, especially the sun. He knew I was a sun sign. He knew I was a Leo.
Me, I'd be grounded with the moon energy. Bring it, mama.
Right. And he said to imagine as you're breathing in, you're breathing that in and it's coming up into your body. And then as you're breathing out, it's coming out of your body and it's forming an energetic field of protection around you. Exactly right. The white light bubble.
That's first. I add extra colors. You can do white and then add violet, which transmutes, or a jawbreaker with like the Roy G. Biv, the spectrum, and then start adding gold. Start adding to that. And yes, oh my gosh, Josh will tell you, electronics in me. Dude, my phone's always dying. My computer's always dying. I mean, I could be on, and they're new. I mean, I'm not kidding. I kill watches with a instant. I can't wear a watch because my watches die within a day.
I have all kinds of problems with electronics and stuff too.
Josh has seen the lights around me before. I'm like, stop it!
Oh my God, you need to watch last night's live I done and tell me what you see during it, because I swear to God there were all kinds of orbs around me last night.
Well, the other day I had Faye with you. Okay. All right.
That's nothing new.
Wow. I've got the angels. You got Faye. Heather.
Hold on. Okay, so we're pulling for Heather now because I never did hear anything from
Heather
Jesse.
real quick. And we got other people with us, but Heather's calling me because Heather's in need. She's going through some deep healing and some big transitions right now. Okay, so hang in, Heather, because I'm pulling some tarot. Josh is going to pull some oracle.
Oh, girl, these cards are great right here.
I have orbs. Like, you'll see them here in a little bit. I mean, it's a thing. And we'll come back to some of these comments in between, because we got some great conversation. We need to do another spiritual Q&A.
Yeah, I'm down anytime you are.
We can focus on empaths and psychics and sensitives.
Tomorrow's Tuesday. Do you want to do a Tuesday night show like we was doing before, if you feel up to it?
Yeah, maybe. I know, maybe. Let's see about it. My hair is doing something weird. Okay. 3. Whoa. Okay. All right. Here we go. I put this in order. Boom, boom. Ooh, boom. Ooh, Heather's got some stuff.
Oh, yeah. I'm seeing it in my cards, too.
I mean, it's a major, major, major life stuff. Okay. You've had to go inward. Don't beat yourself up for the retreat that you've had to take for your own self-love and self-care in your survival. Because I got to tell you, it's not selfish to put yourself first, okay? Because I got this in combination with the Ten of Pentacles. This tells me that you have this, you're so family oriented, you're so community oriented, your tribe is so important. And in you being a part of them. But you also need to understand that you have to take that retreat, that respite, that rest for yourself, because you got the Nine of Swords. This is telling me you got some deep, deep healing with some very deep wounds in here, okay? When it comes to this, you need to understand, see all the sparrows? You are safe, protected, and guided. Like we pulled earlier, the ancestors, the guides, the angels, you are not alone. So seek your guidance for help. Reach out to your higher self to get you through this situation that you've got. And it may even be having to release some toxic people, like family, friends from your life, okay? That could be why these two are in conjunction. And you've been really debating so much of this, but your intuition knows what to do because that's your divine guidance. Because you got the Moon card. This is light shining on those shadows. This is the balance. See the black wolf and the white wolf. That's that balance between our inner wolves. Like in indigenous cultures, they'll talk about the black wolf and the white wolf that we all have within inside of us, like the yin and the yang. And it depends on which one you feed the most. So start feeding that white wolf more. Start healing that black wolf. Don't push it away like it's a bad thing. That shadow's not bad. And I always have to tell people that the shadow aspects are our hurt aspects, our wounded aspects. So it's time to bring those into balance and to gain that perspective of the hangman, to really look at the cycles and patterns in your life with an open eye, with a wider perspective, with the idea of balancing in healing in mind, because ultimately you've got the Nine of Pentacles. This tells me that you have stability. You do. You have what you need in the material world. You are strong. It's just this balance of all of these aspects are pushing you at this moment. I hope that makes sense. Josh, what did you get? I may pull a clarity. Sorry, Josh.
My cards are yeah. When you said that she's been through some stuff,
it's some shit.
Yeah.
I'm getting codependency. She's an empath and she's got to break that.
Okay, I'm going to run through the cards like I normally do when I do full readings. So I run through the cards and then I do the reading for them so they can see the stuff and then I can break them down because it's kind of significant in this.
Yeah, I just tell mine. Go for it.
Yeah. So you got follow your own path, inner trust, defend to the end the worthwhile, Pandora's gifts.
Ooh.
Right smack dab in the middle of it too is the Pandora's
That's
gift.
her abilities. She's psychic.
She feels, she knows.
She's claircognizant.
This card's about someone that's been through some stuff. You can tell she's been beat up.
Yes.
She's experienced.
She's grown through it.
Yeah.
Strong.
The word wants to be written.
Speak that truth, babe.
And against the grain.
Always.
Now, one of the things that stuck out to me most significantly when I looked at these cards all laid out in order is the very first card is follow your own path and the very last card is against the grain.
Black sheep.
That speaks loads.
That's the right direction she's supposed to go. Her soul is telling her.
Right here because Facebook.
I know. Cover the tatas. We are guys. We're censoring the nudity.
It's like here, you can see her face and the words. That's all. I gotta say, Facebook, if you have a problem with this is art. This is beautiful. You got a problem.
We went through the community guidelines earlier because I've been flagged on a few things. And so Josh and I are like, We need a lawyer to understand this.
So the first card is follow your own rhythm, and that talks about following your own path, your own beat, your own drum. Don't stick to where someone else is trying to lead you. Don't follow where someone else is going. Your path is not to be a follower. Your path is to be a leader. Your path is to be out front. Your path is to be the ones that others are looking at going, hey, look at her. She's over there dancing to the beat of her own drum. She's listening to her own thing.
She's so humble.
Yeah. And the next card is inner trust, which that inner trust comes with following your own path. You got to trust in yourself. Don't be putting your trust in others. Put your trust in yourself. Those gut instincts, those initial thoughts that come to you, those are your higher self, and those are your spirit guides giving you messages and letting you know things. Hey, this is the way you need to go. This is what's going to work out for you. This is what's going to keep you safe. This is what's going to lead you along this path. And sometimes they lead you along a way where you got to go through some stuff.
There's sentience on that.
Because there's a lesson to be learned there. And so you've got to go through those lessons. You can't avoid them. But if you listen to that inner trust and that inner guidance, it will help you get through learning those lessons a lot easier. The next card is defend to the end worthwhile.
Oh.
And I love this card.
Fierce.
Very much so. This is a protector card. This is a guardian card. This is very, very, very strong. This is calling for you to step up and into that fierceness, into that strength. And this card, I feel, pairs right up to the next card, which is Pandora's Gift. Okay? What you're defending to the worthwhile are those gifts that you have. Pandora was a very, very, very powerful divine woman. Very sacred, very powerful. And most people only know Pandora from Pandora's box. When you hear Pandora's box,
yeah, they don't know the true mythology.
But Pandora was also able to bestow gifts, great gifts, spiritual gifts, very powerful gifts. And
Love and hope, I remember.
Pandora's gifts were the most sacred of all gifts to be bestowed upon someone. They're very, very powerful. So you need to defend and protect those gifts. You've got gifts. You got powerful gifts. And part of those gifts comes from the fact that you feel that you've been there, you've been through some stuff. The battles that you've been through, the stuff that you've went through.
This is for Sunny.
This is the Alana Fairchild Sacred Rebels Oracle deck. I ended up buying a copy of it for Tiffany because she loved it so much.
I'm in love with this deck, but this is my own personal reading deck right now, so I'm not sharing from this one.
Yeah, this is the deck I use for most of my lives. I love this deck. But she feels, she knows. You've been through some stuff. You felt some stuff. You've been through it. And that's where that real strength comes from. Like I was talking earlier about those traumas being your blessings. Those are the things that you learn. And as you know, you go through them and you work with these things, it just allows you to just dive deeper, and it strengthens those abilities. It strengthens those powers. It strengthens all of that. And the next card you got is the word wants to be written. The word wants to be written doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to like break out a journal and an ink pen and start writing down some stuff. You may. And that's not a bad idea. That you very well may go that way. But more so is when we speak something and we're writing that energetically. We're creating an energetic language when we put something out there intentionally, and when we speak something, especially whenever we say the words I am, whatever comes after it is immediately a spell.
Thank you for saying that, because it's true. And words are spells. Spelling is spell.
But specific, whatever you say after I am
it's
is a spell that you're casting on yourself. You're putting energetically on yourself. So if what you say after I am is negative, you're casting negative things upon yourself. Now, if you say I am and what follows is positive, you're putting blessings on yourself. You're pouring good energy. You're pulling all these great things to yourself. Those are the words that need to be written. You need to write those into yourself.
Maybe even like in a nightly journal, morning journal, like maybe 5 different things that you're grateful for about your life and yourself, and start it with I am. And then I would say write it 3 times. So like I am grateful for, and then 3 times write that one. And it's like a 3-6-9 manifestation technique. And I would do that for like 30 days and then watch. It changes things in your life. You can even say them out loud in the mirror to yourself. Yes.
Cover up the butt.
Cover up the booty. I love the art. Sunny's right. That art is like,
it's amazing. But the next card is against the grain. And that just goes with that very first card of following your own path. You go against the grain. Don't go where other people are trying to lead you because they feel that's what's right for you. Go where you feel things are right for you. Don't listen to others trying to tell you where you need to go, who you need to be, how you need to do things. You need to do what fits right for you.
My lights, my candles that I just lit, all 3 of them, when you were saying that, and I checked myself. I was like, did I breathe on them? All 3 of them started flickering. You know, fire talks to me. They start, what was that card again? Go against the grain?
Yes, it's against the grain.
That needs to be your motto, to go against the grain. Don't, other people's opinions do not define you. He's covering the booty. We're censoring tonight, just in case there's watchers. So I don't want to get flagged for booties.
When I do these on my channel, it's booty everywhere. It's bootylicious.
It's art, okay? It's art. But that's so important right now, I think, with her, is that going against the grain. And I just pulled like 3 cards fell out in my Starseed deck, and might all go right along with you. The awakening. She's going through that new energetic upgrade. She's literally walking that ladder, that path of ascension. And it's that new way of being. And you're having to integrate all of this healing that you're doing, and you're leveling up with it and going against the grain with it, not only to help yourself and others, because your life is a canvas. And this is art. This is telling you you have the gift of manifestation. So like Josh was saying, watch your words. All right. I caught myself, once I really learned that, I catch myself, and I still do it. People that know me will say, hey, Tiffany, like they'll correct me. Because I'll say like, God, I'm so sick today. And then I'm owning that I feel like crap and that I'm sick because I said I am. You know, so I try not to do that. But it's so hard.
And the key thing is, don't even do it jokingly, because your body does not know when you're saying these things jokingly, when you're trying to be funny about it.
Listens, yeah.
Yeah. One of the, like, a big key thing is, like, when I was going through my healing process, I had a bad surgery in 2019. I was laid up for about 5 to 6 months with an open wound that had to heal because it was a really deep wound. They couldn't stitch it closed. And I had to close from the inside out. So it was a long healing process. And they told me it was going to take like almost 9 months for it to heal. Yeah. My surgery was on June 28th. And I was declared fully healed on December 3rd.
You manifested it.
Yes. They told me that I would not be out of because I had to go to a nursing home and stay in a nursing home in a surgical recovery wing. And I had to go through all kinds of therapy and stuff. And one of the things that I done was I listened to Solfeggio frequency music.
Every night.
Not all night. I listened to it 24/7. I had my headphones in. Unless someone was in there talking to me, I had this going constantly.
Manifesting. What solfeggio? What, 432 or what?
It was 432. There was a combination of different ones. I had some that were for soft tissue, specifically for soft tissue healing.
Oh, 500 something on that one.
Yeah, it's like the 528 hertz, I think is what it is.
I do that one too. I do the one that's a combination. You can on YouTube just type in solfeggio. I'll put what it's spelled. Solfeggio healing frequencies. And find those that resonate with you and trust what sounds right to you. That is your guidance.
And the other thing that I done was I actually spoke to my body. And I spoke to my body specifically on a cellular level, telling the cells themselves what I needed them to do. That I needed them to regenerate and repair this tissue in this area and focus the healing right here. I was telling my body, commanding my body specifically what to do. the wound care doctor who just recently retired from there after working there for like 40 some years. This doctor is an older doctor. He's worked specific wound care for, longer than, some people's been alive. Like, I mean, this guy's amazing. He's done this for ages. Amazing doctor at this. When I went in, I told him, Mr. Doc, I said, I want to be home for the holidays. He says, not going to happen. You're going to be lucky to be out of the nursing home by the end of January or February at the earliest. And I told him, I said, that doesn't work for me, Doc. And that's what I told him. That doesn't work for me. And I actually left the nursing home. Yes. I actually left the nursing home in the middle of October and moved into this house that I am in now, as shortly after, like within a week after I got out of the nursing home, we had closed on this house and I moved in.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And what's being said, like Melissa, like tell yourself, like, I am healing today.
Yes.
Or I am having a good day. That's why I post so many affirmations on my business page. Not only is it psychologically so beneficial, but if you say them, or if you're really thinking them and you're holding that intention, all of you is listening, your mind, body, soul, spirit. And you can target, like Josh said, you can speak to your body. Like, I do it all the time. And sometimes I'm not very nice to my body and I'll start talking crap to my leg when it goes numb or something. And I'm like, why are you doing that? I'm like, no. I love you. Please, feeling come back, like, and it works.
Yeah, but sometimes you're like, stop that asshole. Oh, God, I'm trying to go up the steps.
You gotta have that righteous fury at it. I mean, I'll get angry sometimes.
It's like I'm trying to go up steps and I'm going to fall down and kill myself if you do this now.
Exactly. I even sometimes will do it like in front of people. I'll be like if my back or leg is hurting, I'm like, okay, back, come on, let's do this. We're working together, and they're like, all right. Yeah. Energy and food. They're,
okay.
Dr.
Morimoto.
Yes.
Imaso Morimoto.
Hold on. I'm gonna put it in the chat, in the comments. Oh my God. Okay, Dr. Emoto or something like that.
Hold on. Morimoto is who it is. Imeso Morimoto.
Google.
Wasn't it?
It's something like that. You don't even have to spell it correctly. Google,
Secrets of Water is what it's called.
Secrets of Water on YouTube, and it'll come up, and it's Dr. what? Emoto?
Hold on. I'm finding it.
Oh, there we go. Beth Ann, I love you. Yes, Emoto. Yeah. His studies are phenomenal. Like, my parents, who are very right-wing conservative, like Southern Baptist in Texas, my dad's a scientist, geologist, I showed him the works of Emoto to kind of explain to him like how Reiki energy works, why positive affirmations work. And after Dad saw that, it was like a shift in him. And it was like a consciousnness level up where he was like, holy crap, like that is real.
Tiffany, it's like that video that I shared with you the other day. That's that Aubrey Marcus podcast video where he does the interview with Dean Radin.
Okay, yeah. I didn't watch the whole thing, but yeah.
Where Dean is talking about, oh my God, you need to watch the whole thing because it gets
my attention span was ADD that day.
Oh, it gets really great in the last 20 minutes of it. Gets really amazing.
This one.
Yeah.
Masaru Emoto.
Yeah. And he done a study called The Secrets of Water. But Dean Radin wrote a book called Real Magic by Dean Radin. There's another book called Real Magic that's like a novel. If you want to get the Dean Radin book, make sure you get the right one. You'll end up getting the wrong book. But Dean Radin wrote a book called Real Magic, and in it, he talks how they're using science to prove magic actually exists. Oh,
it's so legit. Magic is real, and it's not all woo-woo like everyone thinks.
Yep. And Dean
And
Dean has a master's degree in electrical engineering and a PhD in psychology.
The secrets, I'm putting the secret of water. I know it's like a documentary.
Yeah, there's a documentary. There's a book on it.
And then what's that other dude's name you were just talking about?
Dean Radin. Raiden, I think is what it is. Let me look it up real quick so I make sure I've got it right.
I can't get this link for. There we go. I want to share. Darn it. I can't. Stupid thing. Come on, computer. Josh, this music is legit.
I love this, and it's like the stuff that they offer for free for us to use. It's like their brand stuff.
Yeah, so we don't get flagged.
Even though there was a company flagging us for a while for it, and I had to keep fighting them over it, and then finally they've stopped flagging us for the time being. I'd send messages to Facebook on it. I'd be like, this is the music comes with the streaming software that we use. And this is what this is for, and it's copyright free, so there's no infringement.
All right, I put the Secret of Water IMDb on there. Seriously, that documentary is a paradigm shifter, especially for those that are conservative or may not understand the power of our words. It's great.
I got to ask you, how do you feel about me dropping a YouTube link?
I don't. What do you mean? Like?
Well, I was going to drop the link to that Aubrey Marcus Dean Radin.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, that's fine. Okay. I know we probably lost a lot of people, so I'm going to go over the list while you're doing that.
Yes. And we need to go back. If you are here, and earlier you said you wanted a reading and you gave like a gratitude, can you please? And we haven't got to you. Can you please do it again so we can add you to the list?
Because the list is long, and I don't know who's here. We don't want to do a reading for someone who's not going to be here. All right, Lynn, got you. Folding my paper over.
So if you want a free reading, what we are doing is gratitude readings, and all you got to do is say something that you're grateful for, and we'll do a free mini reading for you.
Got to do that then.
And then if you'd like a full reading, we are doing full readings for $20. And I can put the information into the chat. If you'd like a full reading, let us know, and I'll put that information in. That way I'm just not spamming it with that information.
Absolutely. And PayPal, you can PayPal it to me. It's in the description, or Josh's Cash App.
Yeah.
Jordan, got it. We've got a few people still here with that. All right, I've got Lynn, Teresa, Beth Ann. We're going to move from the other list a little bit here. Teresa, Beth Ann, Sunny, Patty, and Jordan.
Pam kicked you to Facebook.
Anybody else was here earlier, let us know.
Oh, hi, Pam. It kicked you to Facebook user. We need to still do that reading for Pam too.
Oh, always. Pam is okay. If y'all want anybody on here, we have a group chat. There's two group chats actually. One for the group Modern Mystic, and then we have like a smaller private one. And Pam is like the mother of both. Pam has been with me for about 3 years now, and I love you, Pam. I love you, Pam.
Yeah, and she's like part of the moderator team and the admin team.
God,
she like anything that we need help with, like we can go to Pam, and Pam's like, "Oh, don't worry, I got this," and we're just like, "Thank you, Pam."
Questions. Or I'll be like, Pam, I need a crystal grid. Can you help me?
And then she crafts all sorts of stuff, wands, rattles, all sorts of just beautiful, beautiful items.
Look at fans. My wine from Pam.
Yeah, Pam's amazing, guys. Now you know why we love Pam so much, right?
And my smudging feather. This is my friend. I had some like bad juju that was trying to get in through my wards the other night, and I broke out with this thing, and I was shooing it out like it was a bug, and it was great stuff. It was probably very comical too. I'm like, get away.
If it was anything like the night that you threw the like 6 bay leaves into the fire, it was most definitely comical.
Or the other night, like we talked, I swear I still can't figure out where that sound came from. But it was like a loud crash behind
that was creepy too.
My PTSD got triggered. I was like ready to fight or flight. and Josh is watching, and then a little bit later, like a loud popping sound. Josh heard it right over. I mean, it was loud.
It sounded like someone took a heavy book. Hold on, let me take.
No, don't do it.
I've got the Strong's Concordance. It sounded like this.
You just dropped the Bible.
That's not the Bible.
Strong Concordance, Hebrew translation of the Bible.
No, that is not. The concordance is not a translation of the Bible. The concordance is like a dictionary, tells you where to find everything in the Bible.
Oh, well, it's still biblical.
It's a reference book.
Well, I use it.
This is the Bible. And I'll drop it too if you want me to.
Is that King James?
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, you don't.
This was given to me by my mama, so
I got 3 of them in my house. I know, but I prefer to read more of the closer translation as I can get to the original language as I could possibly get. But I have like 3 of those. My Meemaw, like I want my name on it.
I am telling you, the reason I use the King James Bible is I use other translations too, but I use a King James Bible because it's what most people know. And so when I'm using it for teaching, I can reference that easier and they can identify with it better than me pulling out some really weird, crazy, esoteric stuff they've never heard about. See, I start them off gentle. I start them off gentle with the stuff they know, and then I hit them with the crazy shit when they're not paying attention.
See, I'm like the Phoenix on that. I'm hitting them with the crazy shit right from the start, and if they can handle it, hang with me. If not, I'm sorry.
Nah, it's like pulling the rope-a-dope. You think you
That's why I need you in my life. You know what? And I was thinking this. Tim just said it. Tim, you're right. It's a reference book because, like, I
Tim, how you doing, buddy? Tim was in my reading last night.
I searched stuff. Josh will tell you. I did it on TikTok where I was talking about it is not thou shalt not kill a witch to die, which isn't even the original word. The translation is thou shalt not suffer a murderer or poisoner to die, and that's in the original text. And I use the Strong's Concordance, and you can like look it up online, and there's a search engine, and you can search anything like that. And it'll tell you what the real meaning is. And I was like, ha ha, I knew it.
Hey guys, I will throw this out here. Something I have been thinking about doing. There's a couple of reference books I need to pick up. There's some stuff by Charles Fillmore and a couple other books I need to grab hard copies of that will help with referencing things. But I have seriously been considering doing a metaphysical study, like Bible study, where you go through the Bible and you look at it from a metaphysical standpoint instead of the traditional Christian standpoint.
Yeah,
and it is.
I want to be in that group because I know my stuff.
Oh, I was hoping that you would join in and help teach with a lot of the stuff as well. I just hadn't talked to you about it yet. But it's something I'm really interested in doing. So
that'd be fun. Would y'all be interested in that? Like, like where we could do, and maybe not even just because Josh and I are very, like, I'm very omnistic. I fall in line with Gnostic Wicca, but more with an omnistic, pantheistic type of understanding with some New Age thrown in. Dang, I'm eclectic.
All mystics are eclectic.
True, because when I delved into this, I've read texts, like, I've read so many holy books, like the Quran, read the whole thing. Bhagavad Gita, studied that in college. The Bible. My bachelor's is humanities, so I studied Bible Lit 2 semesters. We studied Greek and Celtic, and I've delved into so many of them. The Book of Mormon, that was kind of difficult for me, but I'm not gonna lie.
I had some Mormon missionaries come by the house one day when I lived out in California. Like,
I like to talk to them. They leave.
Okay, hold on. I will admit, I will tell a story here. I put them to work because they're like, "Can we help you out with anything?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I need to clean up this porch." And like these dudes tore right into cleaning this place up, and they're so
sweet.
It looks spotless. Like when they came in, like when they were done, I brought them in, fixed them something to eat, and gave them some food and stuff. We chilled out and we talked. And they gave me the Book of Mormon.
You know what?
And my ex-wife comes in the house and she saw it laying on the bed where they had handed it because I just tossed it down
I always keep those out.
She lost her ever-loving mind. Oh my God, you have to get that out of the house, burn that thing, destroy it. And I'm like, I want to read it. She's like, no. And I'm like, I want to know what they think.
I mean, it's interesting. It helps you to understand the philosophy and the theology of a whole people. I mean, that's what you're doing.
Now, let me back this up even more. That makes it even funnier because my ex-wife and her family were all Jehovah's Witnesses.
You're like the Antichrist.
And here I am. At this point in time, my identification and my spiritual path was heathenistic pagan.
I'm very much a mystic with all of that. You know, I always have been. I think a lot of people are.
But it was like, well, like I was really embracing a lot of the Celtic and the Nordic and just kind of the real deep tribal roots and everything and just really expressing a lot of that. So like, it was funny when they came in one day and they was trying to convert me over into being a Jehovah's Witness and they wanted me to study. And so one of their elders was there like talking with me and he's like, so what would God do? And I'm like, why don't you ask yourself what Odin would do?
Poor Kelly. Kelly, I love you, Kelly. She says, I don't know. I was forced to go. Darn it. I was going to say that, Josh. Hi, Tim. Nice to meet you too. Patty, I just put a comment in there. We can start doing, we can start it in a chat and I can add people and we can call it like religious studies, you know? So put yes if you want to do that. Then I've got our list and we'll get back to our readings.
Sunny's all down for that, it seems like.
Sunny's amazing. Sunny followed me, I think, from Weird the Universe is where I met Sunny years ago.
And guys, I have another crazy idea that I want to work on. And this is something that I was telling a friend of mine not too long ago, and I think I'm going to share this with you. And this is something that if it gets done and it can get pulled off, it would take a team effort. And by a team effort, I mean a massive team effort. Is you guys, like I was talking about the concordance earlier. Tiffany was losing her mind because I dropped it on the floor. Tiffany's like, oh my God, that's a holy book. And I'm like, no, this is like a dictionary. It's a reference book. The one thing that makes it special is it was my mama's. But this is a strong concordance. And in it, you can look up any word in here. Like say, what word would you guys like to know that where scriptures in the Bible can be found on? Someone give me a word.
What?
No.
No, what was it? What was the question?
What I said is someone give me a word that you want to know.
Serious. It's the Witch of Endor, but look up witch.
Witch?
Yeah, look up witch. Because people always come at me. Because y'all, I finally stepped out and embraced my witchiness because I've always been this way. You know, I've always talked to the birds and picked up random rocks and sticks, and I've always done that, you know, and finally I was like, you know what, society, I'm going to embrace this term because I'm a healer and we've been persecuted for way too long. So it's normalizing it.
What Tiffany really has been is Tiffany has been a Disney princess all of her life.
You know it.
Cinderella, or not Cinderella, Snow White.
I wish it didn't work for the mosquitoes, though.
Okay, so witch. We have witchcraft, and witchcrafts.
Okay.
So let me hold this up. So
we're not gonna
kind of see it. Oh shoot! It's not gonna focus.
Can
there we go.
See that? It looks like I don't know what a phone book. It's a phone book of the Bible.
Basically, so it says witch, and then it gives the books of the Bible where this is at. On that subject, what I would like to do is do this, but with all the sacred text, cross-referencing them all together so that you can look up, say, the word witch, and the word witch anywhere in any of the sacred texts that word is used, or a similar word, and those languages are used, you will be able to find that. It would be the ultimate reference guide. I think that would be awesome and amazing. I don't know if it exists. If it does exist, God, please tell me. I will use it every day.
Darn it! I don't know. I'm on a computer and I'm trying to.
The word greyhound. I'm not sure greyhound is in the Bible anywhere.
How do I create? Oh, I just want to create a chat group. A group. Do I want to do? I don't want to do a group. Oh, Josh, can you create a chat in Messenger, please? I am having a not
Do we have to
technical
do
moment.
it like right this
Call
moment?
it like religious studies, and we're gonna add some people. I've got a list, so we can come back to it.
Let's do it after the live. Just
Okay.
people can hit us up on our channels and stuff and let us know if they want to jump into it too.
Well, I was gonna do it like, you know.
Oh, it is?
I'm more of a do it now because I might forget later kind of person because my brain does that. All right. I'll figure it out. Oh wow. Okay. I got some cards. We've got Lynn. Okay, we have a spammer. Hey, if I did many ancestors, if I jacked up your name, I meant to. It's not cool to come on here and spam because it's clear that you're a scammer. So poof, be gone. Don't ever respond to those people, y'all, because legit, it's some kid that lives in a foreign country with a fake profile. It's very aggravating. I have like a pet peeve about that. It just, ooh. All right, Lynn, girl, right now you've been doing a lot of healing of your heart. And I'm supposed to tell Lynn, self-love, self-love, self-love. It is not selfish. And self-love is not just, it's not manicures and doing your hair. And I mean, sure, self-love includes some of that physical, but self-love is also way deeper than that. And you've got to remember, like on an airplane, when you have to put your mask on first before you can, my flames just danced. When you have to put your mask on first before you have to help anybody else, you got to help yourself first. So Lynn, I'm telling you, think about yourself. Give yourself the credit you deserve. Tell people no. Stand your ground. Pay attention to those that aren't listening to your boundaries or respecting them. All right? Because that is where you need to address some issues. Because you right now are stepping into endless possibilities. This is telling me that your future is wide open for you. You have cleared karma. You've done so much of the work. You're finishing healing your heart. You're raising that vibration, Lynn. Carry some green crystals, something green. If you have moldavite, I would do moldavite strong though. Don't sleep with that one.
No.
I did. I had moldavite straight up like in my bra when I was sleeping. Dude, I think I traveled to other universes.
How?
She was like astral. And I remembered all of my dreams. It was so bizarre.
Why do we still have this
endless possibilities though? That's chase your dreams. Don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself based on other people's opinions either, if that makes sense. I would think Facebook user on a lot of them, but that's for Lynn, healing heart, and endless possibilities. And Josh, you don't have to worry about pulling a card. I'm going to butt through a few of these until you're ready to join in.
I've got cards already pulled.
Oh, go for it. You're
good. But I was also on the whole journey that Tim had me on looking up Greyhound.
Okay, you do.
It actually is in the Bible.
How do I get back in the chats with myself? Oh my God, Pam. That's Pam. Oh shoot, Pam. Let me look real quick. Pam, why did you get kicked out? What happened? I got you, sister.
Make sure I didn't accidentally grab her when I was trying to block one of those other people when someone moved up.
How do I do that? Oh, I think I know. You think you blocked her?
I don't think so, but I think Pam was like that.
Look. How do I look? How do I see that?
It would probably be under stuff that. Well, no, she wouldn't be able to get in here if she was blocked.
She might be on a different profile. Okay, Pam, I'm looking for you. Now, Pam is. I still have her, but let's see. I see.
I don't think there's anyone on any of my block list.
Oh, I have a fan club.
I'm not that popular.
That's not popularity. I don't think it's popularity. I don't know what it is.
That or they're scared of me.
I have some haters and spammers. Okay. I do not see. Let me tag Pam. Where's
I do have
symbol?
people. There's not many though. Pam,
I got it.
I do not see you at all.
Pam's still in the chat.
Well, I'm saying I don't see her on any of the block lists that I'm looking at.
Let's try that. I just tagged her. Let's see. Okay. Oh, now she's let me see.
Huh. That doesn't make sense, Pam. That's weird. I wonder if it was for some reason that your old self hadn't left, like it was a lag. When you left, it didn't leave the live, and so when you came back, it didn't bring you in.
I thought you were talking about spirit. I thought you were talking about, and your old self left, and then when you came back, part of it didn't. And I'm like, whoa, fragmentation. And then you're like in the chat, and I'm like, oh, I misunderstood.
Okay, yeah, this has been one of those nights. Okay, so hold on.
Oh, wait.
I've got cards pulled.
No, but say them.
Huh?
Say them for Lynn.
Lynn, your first card I pulled for you is Manifestation, and the second card goes right with it. These cards go together. The second card is Boundaries. You need to be manifesting those boundaries and holding on to them. It's a very important thing for you to be setting up these boundaries and manifesting them, putting them into place, putting these barriers up, and making sure that people don't cross them. It's a very important thing that you need to do to make sure that you're keeping yourself safe. You're not allowing these people to take advantage of you. You're not allowing them to be abusive towards you. And that when people don't respect those boundaries, you need to remind people about them and tell them if they do not respect these, they don't have to be part of your life. You don't have to interact with them if they're going to not respect you. Boundaries are a whole matter of respect. And when someone doesn't honor those boundaries, they're not giving you the respect you deserve.
Yeah, that's part of that self-care, self-love thing too. I mean, because setting boundaries is preserving yourself.
Oh, it is
yourself.
It is a huge self-care thing. It's one of the biggest forms of self-care you can do.
What was I doing?
Pam, you may need to log out and log back in.
I'm having a total brain fart. Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. You know, y'all, like when you walk from one room to another and then you're like, what was I doing? And then you have to go back to the room you were just in to figure it out and try to remember. I just had one of those moments on the computer. I was like,
I have those moments on the computer every day, and then they usually lead me to doing something that, you know, I wasn't planning on, and then I, like, 3 hours later, I'm like, oh crap, I was meant to be doing something else.
Or someone reminds you, and they're like, hey, you're like, oh, I got lost. That's when you know I'm in a rabbit hole, though. Okay. I'm trying to comment. Oh, yeah, there we go. Here we go. Someone asked where to find a video, and I think they're talking about our live, or the best place.
To find this video?
Yeah, you can. I
honestly,
shared the link.
Go to Tiffany's page is the best place to find this, because that's where it's being broadcasted to, and then it's being shared everywhere else from there.
Yeah.
And that's hold on.
I don't have the link for my. There's the link. I don't know how to share from my.
Hold on. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you're going to have to share it.
I've got to go find it.
Ow. Lynn says sorry. Oh. I wonder, do we still have Teresa and Beth Ann? Are y'all still with us? Sunny, you still here, baby? I called you baby. Sunny, you still here? Pat, Jordan, Pam, I think your Facebook user, and Ava. Those are our free card pulls. Oh, thank you, Josh. Share all the
I see
places.
I see exactly what happened. Is it said that we lost connection to Modern Mystic. That's why Pam.
Oh, did you connect it back? Well, I'm seeing it
That's
on
what
the
I'm.
page.
So was I, but I just reconnected it. It's been glitching out during the live. I've reconnected it twice already.
How do you know it's glitching? I'm not seeing that.
Because right when I went to go post this, it said StreamYard has lost connection to your Facebook account. Click here to reconnect your destination. And so I just went ahead and done that. It's done that twice already tonight.
Schumann, we're in a blackout on the Schumann resonance chart, and there was crazy white spikes earlier. There's solar flares that are like class C, like 95% right now. It's going to affect electronics. And plus, it's me.
There we go. I was going to go back to that, and I'm like, well, Tiffany is messing with electronics.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
Tiffany is specifically focusing on electronics right now.
Okay, it's Olatane. There's a person, it's Olatane. I'm about to block you. If you're even still here, they're probably a bot. But like, seriously, like, don't prey on people. Like, don't be a fake psychic, you know? Be legit if you're going to do something. All right.
I'm deleting their comment.
Okay, here we go. Pam said I went through Modern Mystic. She went through Modern Mystic. That's what had me as a Facebook user. When you did the link in the group, it brought me back. Good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Tim. All right. Beth Ann is still here. Teresa, yes, the solar flares. That I'm telling you, if you look at the Schumann today, like Google Schumann resonance today, I showed it to Josh. It was like a long span. Couldn't figure out what time it was, though. It was military time. A long span that was like straight, like white static in the heartbeat of the earth, which y'all know we resonate with the earth. We acclimate. So when these solar flares are coming in, science has proven that it affects us not only on a physical level, but a mental, psychological, spiritual level, energetic. It affects our electronics as well. Oh yeah, Beth Ann, space weather. I'm serious. I follow the NASA NOAA and I look up the KP indexes on like a daily basis. Pam says communication is really screwing with stuff. Mercury retrograde is coming up, we should be in like a pre-shadow. Melissa, I'm adding you.
Mercury's going to be playing in the Gatorade again.
And the Mercury and the Gatorade.
Have you seen that meme? I don't know what's going on. She just said something about Mercury being into the Gatorade again. I don't know what's up.
Hey, I wonder, I don't know what this term is meaning.
Melissa
said sliders. Are we sliding timelines? Is that what she means, I guess? Or card sliders? I'm a card slider.
I don't know. There could be many with different ways.
Yeah.
I really like the TV show Sliders. That had Jonathan.
Did
you ever watch the TV show with Jerry O'Connell and Jonathan Rhys? Oh, what is his name? It was the guy who played Gimli in Lord of the Rings.
Hold on, I'm not. And yeah, my ADHD is like, I'm glitching, y'all. Okay,
we overloaded Tiffany. Hold on a second.
Twitch, brain can't compute. Okay, there we go. I'm back to genius level. All right. So we've got Patty and Ellie as well. Beth Ann says she's feeling it.
Tiffany was buffering. She just had to catch up.
I had to buffer. I'm like 5G. It just takes me a moment. Exactly. Pam, I think we do. There's a whole Mandela effect, y'all. Before we do cards, did y'all know there's like 2 more on the Mandela effect? Google this
recently?
Shit. Google it. Okay, Google, where is the heart located? Now, in this dimension or timeline or whatever's going on, the heart is in the center of the chest in anatomy. Josh, where is the heart at? And do you remember?
It was always just left of center, just barely off center.
Yeah, it's just left. But
not dead center, just left of center, just very slightly.
It's dead center now. And the kidneys are underneath the ribs. I don't know when the hell the kidneys got moved up underneath the ribs in this timeline, because my kidneys, I have disease with that. They're in the lower back. I've seen them. Josh, Are you on my timeline? Do you remember kidneys being like on your lower back?
Yeah, I studied martial arts and stuff. We had to watch kidney shots. That was one of the things in boxing and stuff. They would point out specifically where the kidneys were so you would not hit them.
Exactly.
Because you can severely damage someone by hitting them in the kidneys.
Legit. If you look up, Google it, where are kidneys located, and look at images on Google, the kidneys straight up are underneath the ribs, y'all. I'm not kidding. What?
See, if they were under the ribs, we would have never worried about damaging them in martial arts when we'd throw a kick or a punch, because they would have been protected by the rib cage.
But then I wonder if they're saying like, how does this work? Because I just had ultrasounds on my kidneys, and I know my kidneys are right there in my love handle area, y'all. And I got love handles right there over them. It's not underneath my ribs. And then my heart, I know for sure is to the left because I just survived heart surgery. I know where my heart is. And on these things, it's dead center underneath the ribs. I'm telling y'all, it's Mandela. If you're in my timeline and Josh's timeline, we're in for a hot ride.
Tiffany?
Yo.
Every time I go to block that one of those people,
yeah,
it disconnects us from Modern Mystic.
There's a glitch.
Yeah.
No, sliders are people who mess with electronics and watches. Count me as a slider, Melissa. You need to message me and explain more about this because it happens all the time. I can't wear watches. I haven't been able to like my whole life. Yeah, Ava, I'm not kidding. Oh, Jordan, look it up. I'm serious. Patty saw it too, that the kidneys moved. And it's weird. Oh, for new people who are waking up, they're recognizing, wait a second.
Is it new people being born like newer generations?
But Ava's got a point. If they're saying it like on anatomy charts, but it's not computing in our body, then like with those of us who know for a fact that our kidneys are lower back and our heart is to the left, does that mean our organs have moved? Because I just had my shit checked and mine were where they've always been. I'm an alien with my pink blood.
She's from another planet.
Oh, definitely. I love Kelly. Lower back, Tim says. I'm telling y'all, look it up and come back and tell me if what I'm saying is correct. I'm telling y'all, it's changed in this dimension. And if you recognize that change like us, we're part of a shift.
Ava, the core chakras follow a center line. They follow your median lines. That's why those chakras are there. And the heart chakra is the one that resonates to the heart in that area. Oh, doesn't necessarily have to be right over the heart.
No.
It's that median line of where they go.
And Patty, I get all on CERN. Josh will tell you, me and CERN, I've gone down this rabbit hole. I saw stuff in ketamine about CERN, and I was telling my daddy, who's my trip sitter, about it. There's some shit happening, and they're firing it up daily right now.
Tiffany, didn't I send you that link where Graham Hancock was talking to Aubrey Marcus about how they're using CERN to rip open holes into other dimensions?
I didn't see that one. That supposedly they're actually getting communication back, and they're communicating back to an entity on the other side or some kind of awareness.
Yeah, Graham was talking
portals.
Well, what Graham was talking about was basically what they're doing, where the people that work with ethnogenic medicines, like psychedelics, like plant medicines and stuff like that, when we take those, we are able to travel into other realms and dimensions.
Of course.
What they are doing is they're trying to use the Hadron Collider at CERN to physically slam open doors into, like, rip open into these other portals and dimensions.
Because the Higgs boson is the God particle. So we know that is a particle that's like a key. Yeah, I need to quit talking.
We're gonna dive down a rabbit hole. We need to save this stuff for one of our live Q&As.
After we do these cards, we can totally get into it. We can have we gotta have a total discussion. All right, Teresa. Hey, Josh.
Yes.
It's Teresa next, then Beth Ann, and then I need to focus.
I've already got cards pulled for Teresa.
Will you start, because I've been off in CERN land.
Yeah, Teresa, you got two great cards, and Your first card's financial health. I mean, this card pretty much speaks for itself. If you're struggling with finances or there's some things going on there, there's going to be some stuff coming in to help you balance that out. And the next card goes right along with it is travel. So, you might actually be doing some traveling for work, doing some things of, maybe getting some trips and, these cards are pretty simple. I mean, let me know if those hit for you.
So bizarre. I got some from this shaman's deck, and I need to look at, bear with me for a second. I need to look at the meaning of this card. For Teresa, are you a medium? Like, do you connect with spirits of angels and ancestors or ghosts or fairies? Do you feel them? Oh, we got another one. It's Olatane. Bye. I already blocked you once. All right. Do you feel the presence around you? I'm really feeling mediumship here because you got, let me see if you can see this. You got the card Spirit Writing. And this card is also about the fates. All right. It's written in the sky that you do have a destiny, and that destiny could be accepting these aspects of yourself and embracing aspects of yourself that were wide open and blown open and awake when you were a child, before you shut them down to fit into who you were being told to be. Does that make sense? So it's that inner child work, getting back to yourself. And I really feel it's going to open up even more opportunities for you, because you're going to start connecting with people at that bigger level, because you also got group think and mindful. So I really feel you're going to start connecting with more soul tribe, because you're not able to really talk and communicate exactly the way that you need to with who you're surrounding yourself with. You need some people that you can go down a rabbit hole, just like Josh and I were doing, and they're going to be able to follow you. And if not, they're going to want to learn or look it up. People who get you and are on your level. You need more of your peeps.
As Tiffany calls them, these are your balcony people. That's her. Those people. Those people that are always there cheering for you, and those people that you can always go to. And I tell you what, me and Tiffany will get on calls, and we'll be like, "Oh, hey, let's get on a call real quick, and then we'll talk about some like an intention that we're going to be on a call for 20 minutes." Me and Tiffany have never been on a call for less than like 3 hours. Okay,
11 hours.
It's like it was sunlight when we started talking, and then the sun is coming up as we're getting off of the phone.
The other night, I was like, "Josh, I hear birds."
She's like, "The birds are chirping. I think it's time to go to bed." I'm like, yes.
All right.
I'm an hour ahead of Tiffany, so
oh yeah, it was the wee hours in the morning. We got Beth Ann. Beth Ann, I gotta tell you, there's a card that flew out, and I didn't even shuffle. All right, Beth Ann, you, my dear. All right, I need to tell you this. I need you to listen to me. This is empath to empath. You are beautiful. You are wonderful and strong and capable. You are a survivor and a warrior. And your story is meant to inspire and lift up other people. And just like I was telling Teresa, and just what Josh mentioned, surround yourself with your balcony people. Balcony people are the ones that lift you up, not tear you down. Okay? Because you need family. There we go. Community. And family is not blood always. Okay? I have family that is my soul family. And these people, we're connected. We get each other. Just like I was telling Teresa, you've got to, if you want to be in one of our group chats, same thing with Teresa, Melissa, Ava, let us know. Because we're here to help each other, and we're here to lift each other up. And your story is meant to inspire. So don't be ashamed of your story is what I'm getting. What'd you get?
Absolutely. I got happiness, and that family card pulled secondly. So that happiness is something that you need to search for and you need to find. And a lot of times when we think, like, a lot of times we get so wrapped up in trying to find happiness in external sources, whether it's in a partner, whether it's in family, whether it's in things that can become addictions, whatever it is, we search for these things and all these external things. And when you do that, I guarantee you that happiness can be taken from you in a moment. When your happiness depends on something outside of yourself, it can be taken away. The key to happiness is learning to find the happiness within yourself. That is doing that shadow work, coming to peace with yourself, learning to love yourself, and learning to be happy even when everything is going to hell. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to be like, skipping around and whistling and everywhere you go, and that you're never going to be sad. That's not reality. But once you find your happiness within yourself, that is something no one else can ever take from you. And that happiness is something that's important. Your family, those true people that are true family, like what Tiffany was talking, not necessarily blood, but might be that soul family as well. It might be a combination of both.
I'm adding Melissa to our group.
Go for it. Those family members, when they see you find that happiness, they're going to become happy. They want those people that really care. Right. And they don't want it to be on something that can be taken from you. They want you to find that happiness that's going to exist and is going to persist and going to go through. And that's not going to drop away.
I feel there's so many codependents right now listening to those of us who are in recovery from abusive, toxic, freaking relationships. And with these upgrades, y'all, I've been releasing and rehealing and revisiting some shit that I dealt with that was, bad stuff. Bad. But it's coming up again. And I thought, I've released this crap. I've forgiven. Let it go. But it's because there's residue still there within us. And don't be afraid to turn your gaze deep, deep within. Just like Josh said, because you're replacing that wound, you're replacing that trauma, you're releasing it to replace it with that happiness, with that love that's anchored within you because it's authentic and you're vibrating it out and no one can freaking take it from you. Oh, gotcha, Tim. All right, Melissa, I'm adding you. All right.
Here, I wanted to jump to this because Teresa said this and I just saw this because that one card I pulled for Teresa was the it was financial health. And she mentioned that she's going to be job searching again. And so that financial health card, and then that other card that came out with it was travel. So, really, really work in and seeking out what you're looking for.
I got Sunny.
There's good positive things coming for you on that point. Just persevere. Not, you got to put in that work. You got to put a lot of stuff out there when you're doing that job hunting, and don't necessarily take the first thing that's offered to you. Look and see what's out there. There's something that is meant for you for exactly what you want.
I pulled this card, storytelling, and I'm not sure if it's a mix. It may be a transition between two people. This is Beth Ann and this is Sunny.
Who are we pulling for now, Sunny?
Yeah, we've got a lot of people in here that have stories to tell. And honestly, that gives me a great idea. Maybe I could start through Modern Mystic, do a month of, because I know there's certain months that codependency month, but share different bits and pieces of wisdom and stories from other people and credit you and give you a voice. Or like Josh said, he has a great podcast. That's something maybe we can do as a podcast, because we are the wounded healers. That is who we are. Don't let anybody tell you that you have to be perfect to be a healer.
Right there is a perfect name for a group show or group podcast, the Wounded Healers.
Wounded Healers.
Podcast. Yeah.
I like that one because that's all of us. That's empaths, that's shamans, because so many of us are many things. We're not just one thing. We're very complicated. Star seeds,
Yes.
That's absolutely genius. Holy shit. Let's do it, y'all. I'll talk to some of y'all. If you get a message from Tiffany Klepper, it's not spam. I've got you.
And if you get something from Joshua McGuire, it's coming from me.
We have stories to tell. We have voices that need to be heard. It's
Well,
going to clear our throat chakras out.
I mean, that's a lot of what I do with the podcast and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like my friend Lauren, like Darren, when he came on, he was telling his story and how, but like my friend Lauren Perkins, she talks about how she had become a drug addict because of trauma and stuff in her life. And she had become an addict
a lot.
And how her spiritual path and working with psychedelics like mushrooms actually saved her.
For me, oh Lord, I had to save myself, honestly. And my dark night of the soul, that darkest dark, where I tried to check out that one time.
Well,
I had to go to memory. I was told to go to my roots.
I was going to say, in truth, she did too. The psychedelics were just a tool that she used as an aid to help.
Oh, see, mine was the near death.
Yeah.
My first near death. I've had two. All right.
You need to stop doing that.
Hey, I'm concerned because 3 is like my thing, my number, and I'm like, because y'all, this isn't just, I was pulling for Sunny, but this is very collective. It's those shadows, those shadow aspects. And that's where the wounded healer comes in.
Is that the name of the card, is Shadows?
Shadows.
Okay. Oh, yeah, your finger was over. Okay, yeah. Oh, that is awesome.
This is from it's an independent deck. It's an awakening deck. And it's mixed with I'll have to find this deck has the most beautiful healing cards to it. And
I like that art with it and stuff. I like that deck.
Is within that shadow we find our gifts. Within the darkness, that is where we find our truth, and we can heal it and integrate it, transmute it. Maybe it's not so much about even releasing it per se. Maybe it's about learning from it and healing ourselves, because we have gifts to share that are coming up. A lot of us are upgrading energetically. Like, some are even questioning, like, oh my God, did my heart really move? And are my kidneys underneath my ribs? Ah. What's that? It's a butterfly.
Transformation.
Oh, I couldn't read it. Oh, that's it. Transformation, metamorphosis. And that's also that collective energy. And that's also very specific. Like with Sunny, you're going through a transformation right now. Maybe it's about you being vocal about your gifts, coming out of that closet.
I'm just going to let Tiffany do the reading on my cards.
Persephone, oh girl, going down into hell. Persephone's story is that story of the goddess, Demeter's daughter in Greek mythology.
Persephone, this is protection.
I see Persephone. Oh, weird. I saw Persephone.
It's to me, I see Gaia holding the earth in her belly, like the Gaia statues.
Dude, do I really need to get my eyes checked that bad?
It might be the camera, but yeah, maybe.
I see protection now when it's focused.
Yeah, see, it wasn't focused. That's the problem. I mean, hey, you could go with Persephone if that's what you was getting for a reading. That's where you was going. Go for it.
Oh, I'm just thinking like with Sunny, embrace that. Sunny, like Persephone hooks up with Hades, in Greek mythology, like the head dude of hell. And then like she's there for like part-time during fall and winter. Then she goes back up, to earth to here in the spring and summer. Pomegranates, get you one of those and eat it. And maybe look up Persephone correspondences if you're a witch, because that may be a goddess for you.
Persephone's amazing. I mean, just everything that went on with Persephone. I really love Persephone. And a lot of time, here's the thing I hate, is the relationship of Persephone and Hades gets demonized, and honestly, because people try to say that Hades kidnapped Persephone and stole her away and stuff, but that's not what it was. That's not what it was.
They were in love.
They were in love, and Zeus did not want Persephone to be with Hades, and she ran away to be with him.
I agree. Kind of like the fallen angel human thing,
And the only place Hades could take her and protect her was to the underworld, where none of the other gods had power over top of him. That's why they went to the underworld.
Absolutely.
But my cards I got for you. I got protection first. And
beautiful.
This very much to me pulls that Earth Mother Gaia energy. And the mother is the protector. She is the first protector, the first guardian, the first keeper of all those things that are sacred.
Look, that's an idea too. Like perspective, like with that aspect, star-crossed lovers.
Oh yeah, I mean it's almost the same like the Romeo and Juliet kind of tale because they actually disappear into the land. Forbidden romance that disappears into the land of the dead.
And into the darkness and learns that maybe that darkness isn't evil. That darkness is just different.
It's right. Yep. So that first card though is that protection, and this is all about just being that very protective, that very loving, protective energy of that Earth Mother Gaia coming in and delivering that. And then like that next card was transformation, like Tiffany was talking about. She pretty much nailed this one on the head. Everything with that, she pretty much just...
Sorry, I'm in the flow.
Hey, when I held it up and you was going with it, I wasn't going to stop you, so...
I didn't mean... I'm dropping cards. I didn't mean it.
But when you started on Persephone, I'm like, where'd she get... I was confused for a second.
I read Persephone. I shit you not. It said Persephone. And then when you focus it said protection. I didn't see that card again.
Hold on, I just shuffled it back into the deck.
Sunny, if you want to reach out to me, I have a lot of really good resources, or go to my group, Mystic Witch, if you're not a part of it. And in Mystic Witch, you can go to resources in the upper tabs. Girl, I have uploaded tons of books of shadows that you can print out that I paid for, but I uploaded them. PDFs of books, you name it. All resources there. Or you can go top left and click guides, and there's tons of resources. Protection. I swear it looks like it is Gaia. I see Gaia. I need to really dig into this. I'm gonna be researching her whenever we get done. Ooh, look at this.
Do you want me to take a picture of this and send to you? Do you want a picture of this
deck
card?
Is that? Is it the I think I have that deck.
It's the spellcasting deck. It's spellcasting Oracle deck.
Oh, I have that one. I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got it right. Wait, yeah, it's right there in the box.
This one came from Brittany. She sent this one to me.
I love her. I talked to her the other day. I had to hunt her down.
Yeah, she's got a lot going on.
Ava,
I miss her.
This. I like that aspect. That Christian take on Hades is not who Hades actually is. Hades, it's not, we take I was raised with a Christian background. So I always thought Hades, evil, bad, Satan, devil, Lucifer. But it's not. Hades, take away the foundation, look at it as the people of that time would have. Hades, with no reflection on what you've learned or another religious foundation. Look at it for what it is. Hades is not like that.
Everything I have read on the Hades, when you really search who Hades is, that's not influenced by outside
and don't look at Samael. Hades is not Samael. That's biblical.
Right. Who Hades is as the Greek deity. To be honest, he was one of the most upstanding of all of the masculine Greek deities.
Well, that's where Hecate and him, they were like, Hecate was great with Zeus and him because, he was that leader.
Yes, but Hecate did go after him when she thought he
hooked it up.
No, when she thought he had kidnapped Persephone, Hades went Hecate went after him.
She's the one that died. Yeah.
She was determined to bring Persephone back when she thought he had kidnapped her against her will.
Supposedly, she's the guide of Persephone with her torches, right?
I think now. The original story was she went, from what I understand, she went to try to break into the underworld because she was one of the few that was powerful enough to cross through those barriers
to go
and potentially stand against Hades in his own realm.
She comes from the Olympians. Her parents, she's the only Titan that Zeus allowed to still be in that new pantheon. So she's like Kronos and like another goddess is Perseus, or another goddess is like from the Olympians, the old gods. She's the only one that stayed. That's why her pantheon is a little bit different. And that's where she would have had that power to stand against Hades himself.
Right.
She's an old god.
But once she realized what was really going on, she's like, this is just Zeus being jealous Zeus again.
Oh, Sunny, thank you. I'm so happy it makes sense. And that's one of those things. If you also look at it from like a psychology perspective, like I almost have my master's in counseling psychology as well, y'all. But if you look at it from a psychology perspective, like with Jungian psychology, you have the archetypes. Then you get into shamanistic healing and shamanistic ideals. That these archetypes are an archetype that are in the collective human consciousness.
Yep.
And we can connect to that archetype and help ourselves through their story and path. Dude, I swear I channel Princess Xena sometimes because I grew up watching Princess Xena, and I'll be like, like, I'm serious. When my warrior comes out, my berserker, I'm like Xena. I'm my archetype. He's such a precious baby.
Yeah.
We're done with, oh, sorry, Jordan. We're going to come right back to you. If we can I've got Tim.
Yeah, let's do Tim because Tim paid for one, so we need to make sure we get that taken care of.
Story that I'm looking up because Tim, you, my friend, are very, very complex.
Yes,
and you
he
know
is.
This, okay, but the thing with Tim is that he's also, like, we were talking about this upgrade, and Tim, I know this is going to hit you. You got to ground into Gaia more because I feel that Tim has really been having problems with grounding. It's like his energy, like with mine and yours, it's like our energy kind of resonates so high, it's too big for our vessel, basically. And we pop out of our body, kind of. My counselor tried to say it's more disassociation, and I'm like, no. This isn't PTSD disassociation. This is my spirit, my energy, and my consciousness, my awareness is elevated so much that my physical vessel, my human mind, has to acclimate to that. And you're going through that phase. You need to spend more time in nature, and you need to ground yourself on a daily basis. You got Page of Pentacles, which tells me there's some balance issues.
Can I stop for a second? Tim, I did not tell her anything about you yet, man. Not a word.
No.
Continue on. Continue on.
Well, because Tim is dealing with like energy. This is what I was looking at. Tim is dealing with like the Seven of Swords. All right. And the Seven of Swords one is one, when I look at it, oh God, Seven of Swords is so complex. For you though, that's telling me that you need to step up and you need to be your own warrior. Okay. Because you've been through some serious shit. And it's time for you to ground that energy in, to own that, like with the Seven of Swords, because you do have battles that you're facing in your everyday life. And spiritual too. You've got some serious spiritual battles because I feel that you're very much shamanistic. And in that case, you've got to understand that you got to let go of other people's shit that you're carrying within you, your family included. Because that's not yours to carry. I mentioned this earlier, but you need to be ready for some battles that are coming your way. What is that, Josh?
Releasing allegiances.
Right. Oh, you know what? He needs to declare his sovereignty. Tim, look up, Google Declaration of Sovereignty and look up images, and you'll see several different affirmations on this. Basically, what you need to do with that declaration is you need to step up, ground yourself, balance yourself. You need to bring all of your energy in that's popping out of you. Okay. Bring that awareness in during meditation, deep breathing, like Josh was talking earlier. Connect to your heart space. And then you need to declare with certainty, declare with conviction, intention that you are a free and sovereign being, that anything that is connected to you, anything that's trying to leech energy off of you, anything that wishes you harm, imbalance, anything of maliciousness, of negativity, of low vibration cannot exist in your presence, because you are free and sovereign and you declare yourself so, and so it is, blessed be, or something like that. Wow. If you want to do that one, go back. That was for you. Because
we'll have to figure out how to clip that for him.
To shield and protect yourself again. He's very empathic. He's probably a Hyoka, very shamanic, but he's not taking care of himself energetically and spiritually the way he's supposed to. He's getting caught up in 3D stuff, and then he's like neglecting, or he's swinging back and forth. Then he'll go super spiritual, and then he'll go, you got to come back to balance. You've got to shield yourself, take care of your spiritual hygiene. Because you got the hero font.
I'll get it. I'll get that taken care of for you, Tim. Don't
He's
worry
got to
about it.
do it. The hero font. This is telling me you're on that ascension ladder. You are so spiritual and awoken. And once you awake, you can't go back. Quit trying. All right. It's time to own it, to step into who you are. And maybe one of those first things is realizing, saying to yourself, I am a healer. I am. Just like Josh was saying earlier with that conviction, the I am statements.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to understand that as a hero font, people look at you, whether you realize it or not, as a leader. And they look at you as a spiritual leader. So you need to clean up some of your stuff. You need to get ready for some battles that could come your way. And you need to understand that you are a healer because you got the Ace of Swords. And that tells me that your mind is expanding. This is also like the third eye chakra card. So I have a feeling that his gifts are coming on, more clair abilities, a lot of claircognizance within him. He's one of those lie detectors. He knows a bullshitter immediately. A bullshitter can walk in the room and open their mouth and not say anything, and he's going to know it. You quit doubting yourself. Quit it. Quit doubting yourself. All right, because you got the Ace of Wands, another third eye. All right, this is you being spiritual, tapping into your higher self and connecting to your crown chakra, up to your soul chakra. I can help you with a meditation on that if you want to. Or YouTube, Steve Nobel. Look up Steve Nobel Higher Self Meditation. I'll put it in the comments. Because that one is going to help you to really connect and to bring that higher self energy in. Higher self may end up being that voice of reason that you hear within your mind. It may be those clear knowings and nudges, that gut instinct intuition that tells you something. You need to listen to it and connect to it. Because Eight of Pentacles says that you are walking in a path of opportunity. And right now, you have a lot of options in front of you. So quit limiting yourself, quit putting yourself in a box, quit trying to be a freaking, what is it? A circle fitting, a square fitting to a square, circle, a peg, a square peg. Wait, how's it go?
A square peg trying to fit into a circle.
Thank you. You're a star. You're a star and you're in your light worker. All right. And the shadows are bothering you. And that's where you need to arm yourself and shield yourself. Because ultimately you've got the World card. The World card is the best card in the entire tarot. The World card tells me, literally, you are a manifester. Your words and your intentions have power, and you need to understand that. You need to own that. Because the World card is the ultimate card. And the affirmation for the World card in here, I'm going to tell you what it is. The affirmation, where are you? Okay. Affirmation for World is completion. Oh, wait, no, excuse me. The key terms: completion, joy, achievement, abundance, new levels of consciousness. That is the World card. And the affirmation is, I accept this gift of completion and I ascend to new levels of awareness, wholeness, and I am love. I'm going to say it again. I accept this gift of completion and I ascend to new levels of awareness and wholeness. Bring back those fragmented pieces, those soul fragments. When you claim your declaration of sovereignty, do soul retrieval. Cut those cords that aren't serving you and say, I am love, and mean it and own it, and tell yourself that every day. I went preachy. I hope that resonates.
I can tell you, Tiffany, I actually done a reading for Tim last night. And talked to him last night. So I know exactly where he is at right now. And I can tell you, if Tim doesn't say it before I do,
did I nail it?
I'd say pretty much you nailed it right on with all of it.
It was like flying out of me, y'all. I know
it was like you had more to say than what you could get out in the time frame you was trying to say it.
Well, I'm trying to fit a full reading in quick, and it's like a lot is coming through because Tim, by the way, we need to teach you how to shield because you are way easy for me to tap into. It also could be because we're resonating in a similar soul frequency. But when I tapped into you, you were wide open, hun. We need to get you to be able to control some of that openness and be able to ground yourself, center yourself, and shield yourself. So that way negativity isn't going to bother you as much. And then you can open it more and then get control of yourself. Open and close where people can see in on you, where they can connect to you. Because I tapped into Tim like that.
Right. And now, Tim, when you pay for a reading for one of us, when we do these, you get a reading from me as well.
Exactly.
You get from both of us. So I'm just going to run through these cards quickly. We have Against the Grain, Restore and Replenish.
Boom.
Listening for the Truth.
Oh, yeah.
Going Beyond the Normal. Releasing Allegiances.
That one.
Free from Judgment, Free to Love.
Bam.
Legacy of Light.
Boom. Light worker.
Yep.
How in the hell did they synchronize like that? Dude,
I mean,
mind blown.
Really? So we've got Against the Grain. Tim, I mean, come on, dude. We know you go against the grain. You're going against the grain of everything right now because we know what's going on with you, dude. You're in the process of that transformation. You told me this last night after we talked, that you're in that transformation. Baby. You're in that transformation process. And when you're doing that, you got to go against those old doctrines, those old theologies, those old things that were laid out there. Some of this is going to just be stacking and compounding on the same things we talked about last night, Tim, and pretty much everything Tiffany said stacked right on that last night. So it's just a continuation.
Realize what's a program. Realize what's indoctrination.
And a big part of that is that whole releasing those indoctrinations and getting rid of that can be very exhausting. So it is very important to do the rest and restore aspects.
Yes.
And in that rest and restore aspect, that goes into that whole, you've got to take care of yourself. This is self-care. You got to do the things that are building back your energy. As you're exerting all this energy in this transformation process, you have to rest and restore. It's like the butterfly when it goes into its cocoon. It's in a rest state as it's going through this transformation, because it's spending all of its energy on that transformation.
Yes.
And it can't be focusing energy anywhere else, or it can't go through that transformation.
Well, it's kind of like when you're in pain, you know, it takes away your focus and energy.
Yes. And so you got to make sure you're giving yourself that time to rest and restore as you're going through this, because you're going to deplete a lot of those energies as you're going through. So that's a very important thing. And
rest is not lazy. I'm supposed to say that. Here's the thing. Rest is not lazy. I'm going to say it again. Resting for yourself is not lazy.
No, rest is critical. You have got to rest. You have got to give your body and your mind and your energy and everything time to recover, time to replenish. That is what the rest cycle is for. Is so we can replenish everything so that we can start again, fueled up, energized, and ready to go. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people with chronic illnesses, they don't sleep well. And so they are always drained. They are always feeling down. But when they get that good rest, it's a whole different game for those people when they can get a good night's rest. Same here. I feel really rested. I feel really good today.
Dude, Tim is also like, I got the, I'll go on with you. He got the minute talking card and the start.
Hold on. I really want to address what he just said, though. He said, I'm not lazy. I promise. She wasn't saying that you're lazy. What she is saying is you don't allow yourself to rest. You push yourself and you push yourself and you push yourself and you go beyond. Like, there's a point in time where you need to stop and rest, and you're not doing that. And
it's so
you can burn out, and you can actually get to a point where it can be physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually damaging to you.
Here we go.
To not get that rest.
I bet you Tim has neurodivergence as well. I bet you he's ADHD like me, because his energy is very, very fast. And quieting that mind is so hard. Josh, I know you deal with it too.
Meditation
and solfeggios.
Yep, that's it. Meditation and the solfeggio frequencies. I listen to them.
Do like a guided meditation, like Steve Nobel.
I usually don't do stuff like that. I do my own personal meditations.
Oh, I do those too. But to help stop my brain, good guided visualization with my ADHD, I can really focus in on Steve Nobel stuff. And Tim, look up Steve Nobel chakra meditation. That one, do that one.
So the next card we got for you is Listening for the Truth, Tim. If I remember right, I think this card came up for you last night, didn't it? I can't remember, but I think this card came up last night as well. That card there, you got to really focus and listen for those truths, because as you're going through this transformation process, you're very open and vulnerable, and people who want to manipulate you are going to try to give you things that aren't the truths to manipulate you into the path and the ways that they think you should be going, and not your path, not your journey. So you got to make sure that you're listening to the truths that resonate to you, and what resonates to you will feel right. When you hear it, it will give you that aha epiphany moment. You will know this is the right thing. You will know this is the right path.
You're gonna vibrate with it.
If you question it, then be very cautious. Look into it, study it. If you question it,
if something don't feel right, trust yourself.
Yes, and it's very important that you trust that. Now, going beyond the normal, you're going to go way beyond the normal. The people around you are going to look at you like you've gone crazy, that you're insane. They're going to ask what's going on around you. You're going to, here, let me try to block this card out so it focuses more.
Oh, yeah. The black sheep, eccentric one. He needs to step up.
So you're going to go beyond the normal. And when you're going beyond the normal, you're going way beyond those things and that you were based with. And especially like we was talking about those doctrines and theologies that you're trying to step away from as you're going through this transformation process. And so as you start to step out of that and you're going beyond that normal, you're going to end up with people that are, well, you've been looking for that soul tribe. We talked about that. You've been looking for that connection. As you go beyond the normal, that's where you're going to find those people. You're going to find those people that connect to you beyond that normal edge, those people that are on that fringe, because that's where we all reside. Those really deep spiritual people are the fringe people. We're out there on the edge.
Oh, yeah.
And so, and we're the ones that aren't afraid to look at society and go, y'all are crazy. We're not the crazy ones. Look at you guys all over there being sheeple and following some of the stupid, idiotic ideas just because you don't want to look different than the person next to you, because you're afraid they'll judge you.
I just shared that Steve Nobel. That's for you.
And that's where this releasing allegiances comes. We're talking about those people that are afraid to step out of things, people that are afraid to look at different belief systems, and those people who tell you, no, don't do that, you're wrong.
If it's fear-based,
right. Those people that are trying to stop you from this transitional phase that you're in, from going through this transformation you're in, tell them to get out of your way. They can either support you, they can love you, or they can get out of the way. That's the only choices that's there. You know,
you choose.
They can support you by being supportive and being in there and being one of those cheerleaders. They can stand on the sidelines and love you and not necessarily be supportive because they don't necessarily agree with the path that you're on, but not lay judgment on you. But if they start to lay judgment on you and try to block you, try to stop you from going through things, that is what this is for. That is what these releasing allegiances are for, and get them out of the way. That next card is free from judgment, free to love, which follows right along with that. When you free yourself from the judgments of others and free yourself from the judgments of yourself against yourself, you finally open yourself to be free to love not only others, but yourself.
Liberation.
It truly is. And as you get that, that's where that true transformation becomes. That's where that true transformation starts, is when you start allowing the judgments of yourself and others around you to influence you. When you start to do that, you really open yourself up to being a full expression of love. You're not allowing those things to come in and to taint your energy. You're not allowing them to come in and muddy the waters. You're clearing those judgments out. You're getting those clear, pure, refreshing waters that are going to restore, that are going to revive, that are going to give life.
Go to the beach. Go to the ocean if you can. Salt water. You need a salt bath.
Streams, rivers, flowing water, stuff that moves, no stagnant water.
Yes. Cleanse and connect it.
Yes. And your last card is Legacy of Light. And I absolutely love this card. And this card here, I was pointing this out with a friend the other day. We was really looking at a lot of these cards really hardcore. And if you look, God, this camera just doesn't want to focus tonight. It's because of this lighting in here. But if you look in between each of these faces, there's another little face in between that's connecting and guiding these two. So you start off with the child, which represents the maiden in this, and then you go into the mother, and there's this another little entity here as the mother transitions into the crone. And this is the legacy of light. And what this is talking about, first off, this represents the triplefold goddess, the trifold goddess, which is actually the basis of the Breaking Reality logo with the moons that I have up there. That is the whole basis behind that. But this card talks about leaving a legacy of light, and it's not just a legacy of child and like leaving something to your family. This is an energetic legacy. This is a spiritual legacy. This is something that you pass as an energetic bond down through generation from generation to generation. And some of this stuff can follow into the fact of doing things like breaking generational curses, because you step up and you face it. And when you break that generational curse and you heal that creates a legacy of light that passes down, because you broke that for every generation to come after you.
Dude, amen.
I think at that, I'm just going to be quiet for a few moments.
That hits it right there. He needs to go either with me or you, have a session, either Reiki, do inner child work, and I can help you meditate, connect to you, because I'm connected to you easily, or with Josh, do shamanic.
I'm willing to work with him. I think he needs to work with both of us, to be honest, because you offer different.
Chat with him.
Well, see, and here's the thing. I will always tell people, work with multiple people, because they offer different perspectives. They offer different gifts. They bring different things to the table. Even if you're working with multiple readers,
well,
I am.
Don't study like Reiki 1 from 2 different people, because that gets
no.
I mean, be smart about it.
Right. Like, if you're going to work with Reiki, go find you someone that's really skilled and gifted and talented in Reiki. Work with them in the Reiki. Let them work with your energy.
I do it psychically.
But don't be afraid to go work with someone else who's going to say, hey, look, I'm going to address things from a different modality.
Well, like, you would address inner child different than I would, because your skill sets and your connection is different than mine.
Right.
So they would complement each other.
Right. And I approach things a lot from a very shamanic standpoint, where I look at trauma as the core of a lot of illness and sickness. And I don't look at treating the symptoms. I want to get into the root of what is causing the problem and work on that, versus going, let's stick Band-Aids on a bunch of things. And, it's like you're trying, like the dam's got leaks in it and you're just putting duct tape on it.
I did that for years until I addressed the root.
Yeah.
I had to go down to the root of my tree.
That's where true shamanic work starts, is when you start diving into that really, really deep traumas. And
I do it that way too.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's just the perspectives that we work and see things from, because you work more from kind of a witch aspect.
And an angelic, energetic.
Right. And I work more from a druidic and a shamanic aspect, where I work more with more earth-based spirits, more nature-based spirits, more indigenous belief systems and treatments and ways of thinking on a lot of those things that I deal with when I bring those. But I also open myself.
Dude, you got the dude side.
Right. And I will tell you what, I get a lot of women coming to me to work with me, and I have no problem going, hey, I can't work with you. You need to go work with a woman.
I do.
You need to work with a female. Because some of the things, like, I can address some of these things, but it's not going to be the same as getting that feminine energy working with you. And Tiffany will be the first to tell you, I'm very in touch with my feminine energies, and that's not something I'm shy of addressing.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And diving into.
That's why I trust you so much.
But there are times where I know I am not meant to work with this person, and they are meant to work with someone else. And I have no problems being a guide to help them find that person they need to work with.
I can't spell. Please forgive me. I'm typing in there. Lynn, yes, like those inner child I am YouTube ones. You can find like I think it's like something Stevenson. You'll find different ones if you just search in YouTube, like I am inner child, and those are those I am affirmations. And when you are going to sleep, and I think you're in that theta state, is a state that you whenever we can lucid dream, right, that state right before you fall asleep. That moment is when those affirmations are being programmed and imprinted. Like CIA has studied this. You can look up Monroe Research Gateway Project, or I can put the article in here. You can look at the CIA document. It is all true. It is all researched, and it works because our subconscious is always recording. And it helps to program it at that moment right before you go to sleep. So that way it manifests in your daily life. It's very powerful.
It's one of the things that they've talked about. Whatever you're focused on 20 minutes before you fall asleep is what your mind is going to latch onto while you sleep. That is what's going to affect your dreams. That's what's going to affect your dream state. That's what's going to affect your sleep state. If you watch something that's like really aggressive, very violent, very like loud, noisy stuff,
I can't watch scary movies.
Right, or like horror movies, stuff like that, right before you go to bed, that's going to be what's focused in your mind as you're going to sleep, because that's the last thing your mind latched onto before it went into the sleep state. So it's very important when you're getting ready to go into that sleep state to give yourself time, give yourself about a half hour to 45 minutes to focus on things, to calm down, to prepare your mind, to get your mind in a place prepared, ready to go to bed.
That's where, for me, that's where like I'll turn on like those guided meditations, or like Lynn, those I ams. And because, you know, I'll try to do it without them, and my brain, it goes to like, you know, dang, because I'm ADHD, and that's when my brain is going crazy because I'm trying to go to sleep, and I have anxiety because I have a hard time going to sleep because mine is delayed. So I lay there for like an hour thinking about all these crazy things, and my brain is like, brr, and it's a circle. And that's where they're doing those visualizations and those guided meditations. They help me because it gives me something else to focus on.
Who is this Facebook user I got the message up for? I'd love to know who you are. It says, I've never been able to talk with anyone, let alone work with anyone to help me get the shadow work inner child.
You're not alone.
Like, seriously, reach out to Tiffany, reach out to myself. We've got beautiful resources for helping you out along those things.
Oh yeah, I'm the queen.
I've got some other friends who are absolutely gorgeous at working at those things too. I know so many. I work with a lot of inner child stuff as well. And
if we can't help you, we'll know someone who can.
Right.
Someone legit.
And both of us are very, very apt to, like, if we can't handle a situation, or if we know we're not the one to work with that person,
I'll tell you.
We will let you know, and we will be like, hey, let us help you try to find someone that you can work with that can help you get what you want. We just don't be like, oh, we can't work with you. See you later. Bye.
Oh, guys, I shared that article from Vice, okay? Seriously, it's a great article. And it actually has the PDF downloadable of the released CIA document with their actual research. It's legit, intense, and mind-blowing. And I've had to review it multiple times to comprehend all the complexities that is within that project. Because it goes from lucid dreaming, astral traveling, remote viewing, and it gives directions on how to lucid dream. And it gives you the tools. If you look on YouTube, search in Monroe Institute Gateway, and it'll bring up the actual meditation from Dr. Robert Monroe to guide you into lucid dream state and how to separate your consciousness safely and how to remote view using binaural beats and hertz from one ear. So you gotta have headphones.
Yeah,
it's legit phenomenal. It gets you into that state.
There's a movie that touches on this. It's one of my favorite movies.
Not The Men That Stare at Goats, right? It's true.
Yes.
With George Clooney, that one's so funny.
Clooney and oh god, I forget the other guy that was in there. Jeff Daniel, or was it Jeff Daniel? No. Man, I can't remember who's on it.
is. Tell us your name. Facebook user. Tell us your name.
Let us know who you are. Okay, who do we have up next for reading? So
wait, for Tim. What was that last card? I want to know the very last card you pulled.
For Tim?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's important.
I shuffled them back in. I'm not sure what it was. It was against. No, it wasn't against the ring, was it?
Light.
No. It's Legacy of Light. It was the Legacy of Light. Yeah,
that
this
is
card.
The key to his soul purpose, and I'm supposed to say this. All right, Tim. Part of your soul mission from your higher self, tell him mine, when you incarnated in this life, okay? You incarnated to help clear the junk from both sides of your family line. And that goes all the way back at least 14 generations or more. And you're clearing the karma, and you're clearing the illnesses. And you're going to end up working with like healing your DNA, along with healing those ancestral traumas and breaking that code of narcissism that runs in your family. It's time to break that narcissistic legacy. And I'm just getting that real loud and clear. Am I right, Tim? You're an empath. You're Hyoka. You are also very clear cognizant, clear sentient. I think he's got clairvoyance as well. He's got maybe some clairaudience. I think they're awake. But he's supposed to use those gifts to heal within himself, to stop the cycle, to stop it and heal it within that line energetically and at a karmic level. And it's a heavy job, and we're here to help you. You're not alone. Josh and I both do similar.
Yeah. I sent Tim over. I just took a picture of that card and sent over since you said it was really
Legacy of Light. That one.
That way he can focus on it. He can meditate on it. He can look at it and see it better and stuff. And
maybe
focus
send
in
him
on
the
it.
meaning from the book.
I will. I'll pull the stuff out. I won't do it right now, though.
I still want to know who Facebook user is.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Who's next on our list? Let's. We're
Just
pushing.
told his dad that last night.
We're pushing almost 3 hours right now.
I know. I don't think these people. Jordan's still here. I don't know if Pam, Ava, Melissa, Ellie, any of y'all.
Let's go ahead and get.
We are.
Let's go ahead and get Jordan.
Gotcha, Jordan.
Melissa says she's still here.
And then we can talk spiritual stuff after we're done with these.
Patty says she's here.
Oh, we got Patty. Absolutely, Tim. And you can go back and watch this. We are at time 246 on the timestamp. You can see it from my page, Josh's pages.
This actually will stream over to my YouTube channel as well, where you can always grab it onto YouTube. And it streams over to Tiffany's YouTube as well.
Yeah, mine's small, y'all. You can follow me. I don't have any followers. My TikTok's bigger. Teresa, I do teach psychic development classes and mentor. Your psychic abilities, like in mediumship, go to my group that's attached to this page. It's called Modern Mystic. Top left, there'll be like 3 little lines. I'm going to address you in a minute, Josh. 3 little lines. I don't know what I said, but I will address it. 3 little lines. Click on those. You're going to see guides. Click on guides. Y'all, I'm a teacher. I taught theater 12 years. So when I created the group, I put all this info, all these files, all this information ordered for you in units, like a total teacher. Go to resources. I've got books and PDFs uploaded. Or reach out to me. All right, Josh, what's up?
Oh, just the way you said my TikTok's bigger.
Hey! oh no.
It brought back
bigger than yours.
Oh yeah, it is. It's definitely bigger than mine.
That's bad. I would not have even thought that.
It was just.
You put your mind in the
literally
gutter.
just the way you said it. I'm just like, that is too funny.
It's a mind in the gutter. You're like my middle school kids. I'm gonna go put you in detention.
No, it wasn't even that. It was more just the attitude and kind of the sassy when you said it's like my TikTok's bigger.
Then my YouTube is like, eh. All right, Melissa, thank you. Tim, Oh, girl, Patty, I think all of us still on right now will resonate with that. That clearing of that ancestral trauma, that legacy of light. Let's see here. We had
I pulled
Jordan.
for Jordan. That's who I was pulled for. I was focused on
I got a
Jordan.
spirit card for her. You want to go first or me?
You can go first.
All right, Jordan. This one goes to you, babe. All right. This is from the Spirit Cards by Colette Baron Reed. I love all of her decks. It says, "Dearest you, we're sending you waves of love, joy, as we watch you reap the rewards of your tenacity and your faith. We know how long it has taken for you to reach some of your goals and that you've had a lot of disappointments along the way. Right now, we suggest you take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, girl, right now. Fill yourself up with gratitude and tune into that vibration of well-being. Temporary conditions may be trying to hypnotize you into seeing something else other than reality. But we know that happy rewards are on their way to you right now. And change is the only constant. So be open. More important, your happy rewards will be gathered in those small moments, those gentle breezes, that soft kiss, and the quiet commitments. Your happiest moments will be on the journey itself. It's not about an end goal. Your happiness is in the journey and appreciating it, not at that destination. You are surrounded so much by spirit on the other side with love and care. And they ask if you can feel them. Can you feel angels and spirit guides? I have a feeling Jordan is very guided. And Jordan probably gets goosebumps. She probably feels them. What did you get, Josh?
I got compassion and I got peace.
Boom.
And this is for these calling that you need to focus on bringing these things into yourself, into you. You need to learn to be compassionate. Wrong card. You need to learn to be compassionate with yourself. You need to learn to show yourself compassion. There's a hair stuck on that card. It was bugging me.
Self-care, self-love stuff.
Yes. That compassion isn't necessarily just that compassion for others and compassion for the world and compassion for everything around you, which is important. It's important to have that level of compassion, but you need to have it for yourself first. You need to develop that for yourself.
Let go of shame and guilt.
Yeah.
Let it go.
When you start to do that, you're going to find that peace that you've been searching for. You're going to find that inner peace. You're going to find that deep peace, that lasting peace. Yes. That compassion is tied into that peace. And until you deliver that compassion, you're not going to really have that full peace you're seeking. Once you learn that compassion, that love for yourself, I said he because I looked down and saw where you said your uncle. But once you learn to have that compassion for yourself, you will find that peace. That peace will just kind of seep in and just kind of take over and permeate everything once that compassion sets in.
And Jordan, you can feel your uncle. I know you can. Are you getting weird smells that you would associate with your uncle? I don't know. For some reason, I keep smelling leather, like a weird leather. Like, you know how leather smells, y'all? I keep smelling that and almost like a Marlboro cigarette every once in a while. And it's not me. And I have shields up, but it could be someone connected to someone I'm reading. And it could be Jordan's uncle. And she probably gets that feeling, that vibe too.
I will tell you I'm wearing beard oils that are leather, cedar, and cologne, as well with Villiers Hall beard wax or mustache wax.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Am I smelling your beard?
I don't know because those are the beard oils Dubs gave me when I last time you brought me some. But when you done that, that's why I went.
This is it. No, this is it.
Because I'm like, that's exactly what what you described is exactly what my beard smells like right now from all the beard oils.
Maybe I'm smelling that, or the leather and that, but the cigarette, I keep smelling it. And I was checking my incense that are burning because I've got Nag Champa going and I burned Palo Santo. I don't smoke cigarettes. I vape and I keep distinctly smelling that smell.
That's one thing that's not in my beard is tobacco.
That is him. And Jordan, you are so loved and protected. Jordan's got mediumship gifts. If you go to the group Modern Mystic, like I told Lynn earlier, top left, there's these 3 lines. There's also a group chat there. Top left, it'll say guides. Click on that. Go to mediumship. There's a unit just for mediumship. Go to that one. And there's a bunch of articles in there that will help you like to tap into it with protection, with discernment, with really embracing that ability and that gift. Because it's a gift.
I am very curious what the incense was, what smell.
I wonder if that's what I'm smelling then. Because it almost has that woodsy, sandalwoody scent.
Like a sandalwood or cedar, or kind
and
of.
That's not what I'm burning.
Yeah, I think it's neat. I think it's neat that she said that was one of the last things, and that she keeps those because I have a little thing that's a memory of my mom.
Oh,
yeah.
Boo.
I keep it next to my desk. Oh, it's not a sad thing. It's a very special thing to me, and I never opened it. And then after she passed, I just always kept it.
I'm like y'all. I work with my ancestors so much. This is a bell from my great grandmother. I use this to clear energy. I mean, I've got all around me. I'm looking. I mean, I've got, bam, so many things like my grandparents. You know, surround yourself with those little things like you're doing with that pack of smokes. You know, that helps us to tap in. Not Champa, Patty. Awesome.
Jordan said it gave her Bob. Jordan said it gave her Bob Marley vibes, and through my head it wasn't an incense, it was a tie stick.
I love Bob Marley. Bob Marley is my friend. I went to Bahamas. I went to the Bob Marley store.
For those of you who don't know, a tie stick is like a way that they do like a preparation of cannabis where they like tie it down through a stick and stuff, and it makes it shaped and stuff. And
Not Champa.
But yeah, Nog Champa. That's what it was. Nog Champa. Yeah, Nog. Nog is amazing. I love Nog Champa.
Mine went out, but I'm smelling it fresh.
Yeah,
it was Nog. Cool. Girl, you need to get some Nog Champa and burn it. It's one of the best for cleansing, clearing, protection, spirituality. When I make homemade candles, I use a Nog Champa oil.
Make sure you get the really good Nog Champa. Look for the stuff that's in the blue box. Yes, that.
It is by I get this one. It is Satya Sai Baba.
That is like that is the really good stuff right there. Like
this is the real shiz.
Yeah, you want some legit Nog Champa incense. That right there is what you go.
She said that's the box.
Yeah.
That's what I've had burning too. I was like, okay, that's weird because I was like, do I burn spiritual healing? Do I want to burn? Because I'm witchy. Do I want to burn rose? Do I want to burn some Palo Santo? And then I was like, Nog.
Yeah, and I didn't even burn incense tonight. I've just burned Palo Santo.
I'm gonna light it. I always have Palo Santo going. I just had 3 of the Nogs fall out on me.
Hey, Tiff, we need to make sure that we don't take any more readings for the rest of the night.
I know. The list is done. I already told it. I already said it earlier.
Okay, I must have missed it. I must have been focused on something else when you said that.
Because
I totally didn't hear that, but I'm just like, we need to make sure we don't take any more readings.
Yeah, we can just chat. Unless someone wants a paid reading, then we'll do it, y'all.
Right. Who else do we have on the list that needs readings?
Pam, Ava, and Melissa.
Okay, so is Patty up next then?
Yes, and Patty's amazing. Patty, if you're interested in studying Reiki, if you don't know what it is, look it up, okay? Reiki. I'm board certified. I teach people. I'm going to be starting a class soon. I do it through Facebook. I don't even know what price I'll charge. I'm really cheap, okay? I don't ask for much for what you get.
Anytime someone says, I don't know how much I'll charge, my mind goes like crazy mind. It goes back to South Park and the Loch Ness Monster. Oh, about Tree Fitty.
Jordan, that was her best first reading.
Aww.
Oh, Melissa sent a payment. We'll need to do Melissa.
Okay, yeah, let's get Melissa first if she's
Oh,
in the
and
payment.
Ellie. Ellie, did you? Ellie is on here. Ellie, I got you, boo. Okay.
Melissa, where did you send payment? Did you send to Cash App? Oh,
I got it. I think I heard it.
I think she sent it over to Cash App.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got Melissa Brown here.
Patty.
Yep. Thank you, Melissa. I got that over here.
Patty.
So let's go
What
ahead
does
and
this card mean?
hold on. I'm going to go ahead and because I've started pulling cards for Patty, so I'm going to pull these and set them off to the side, and then I'll pull Melissa's.
Well,
or do you want to do Patty's reading?
Patty right now.
Okay.
And then I'll do Melissa.
Okay, that works. That's good.
Oh.
Because I was already focused in on Patty.
Patty, I won't make you sick. And I don't make people sick, ever. Josh?
She's done nothing but help me out with everything she's done with me.
I've never had anyone ever say that I made them sick or in complaint. I've heard other people say that from other Reiki healers, and I've had to fix stuff that other Reiki healers have done. And people come to me and I have to fix what was done. Like all of a sudden their third eye's blown open and they're seeing auras and ghosts everywhere. And they're like, bah! And we work on turning it down, and then I teach you how to do it. And then I actually go and turn it down, or stuff like that. Because Reiki is very intuitive and powerful, but when we include our psychic healing with it, it can really do some different stuff. I see energy astrally, so I tap in and tell you what I'm seeing, everything.
Okay, here's the thing. Go to Tiffany's business page and look at her reviews.
I don't have reviews up.
You don't have reviews up?
I took reviews off because Facebook won't fix it. I have so many spams, and I have great reviews, amazing reviews. I have spams from those Dr. Love. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, my relationship was in tatters, and Dr. Love came in and saved my relationship.
They filled my reviews and spammed me, and I reported it on Facebook. I had other people do it, and those spam reviews are still there. So I took it off.
What I can say is everyone I know that has worked with Tiffany has always had great success. I've never heard say anything negative about working with Tiffany.
I would hope not. If so, I would fix whatever it is, I mean,
yeah.
And I have reviews in Modern Mystic Group. I can bump it to the top. I have a reader profile, and I have 100 something reviews in there from readings, from Reiki, from teaching. I can bump that one. It's just on my business page, I turned off reviews just because of spam.
I get that. I've got reviews on there for me right now. But
and customer service is not the best. We
figured that out today too.
Exactly. Okay. I still have Patty. I'm gonna do Patty, and then we'll do was it Heather or Melissa?
Melissa.
Okay. Ava, I will talk. I'm right there with you. Look what she just said.
Hold on.
Okay. All right. Thing is Patty, you're at a place right now, and I was trying to figure out what this meant. The card says hollow bone, and the card says teach ability, because you are stepping into a point right now in your journey as a healer to where when you are ready, the teacher will appear. And it could be me or Josh. It could be somebody else. You need to reach out to them because you're at a point where you're ready to level up. You're ready to take this seriously. Take that class. Do what it is. Get that certification because you're being guided to do so. And that's that teachability for you, because ultimately healing is part of your journey. As you heal yourself, you heal others. By learning the path of a healer, a professional healer, that will help you even more on that healing journey, because ultimately you, my dear, are sovereign and you are strong and you are walking your path and you are guided by the fates, by divine hand. Trust your higher self and intuition. 4 fell out.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was that or if this was supposed to be a full reading and I didn't know, and I didn't pull cards.
And I was supposed to tell her.
Okay, that's why if you saw me looking confused, I was like, "Oh crap, is this
I
a
knew
full
what it
reading?
was.
Is this a full reading?" And I didn't pull enough cards. I need to pull more cards.
Girl, my healing journey is 24/7. So,
Oh,
I
yeah,
went
it
through
is.
some more intense moments, but my healing doesn't end. I mean, it's a constant. When I think I've got something done, something else pops up, and I'm like, damn it.
Well, it's because as you pull layers back and as you heal layers, there's more underneath there that still needs to be dealt with. And so it might not be as severe of a response or an issue as that previous layer, but you still got those little subtle things under there. And occasionally you can come up against one that's like, well, that reared its ugly head and was really nasty. Where the hell did that come from?
I got little inner demons in there,
Yeah.
My beast. I have a beast. A berserker.
So the cards I got for you are reconciliation and prosperity. So reconciliation, I mean, this really comes to, bringing those things to closure, reconciling with that past, dealing with those things. And a lot of times this is with those shadow aspects of yourself, and dealing with those shadow aspects and those dark sides of yourself, and really working with those things so that you can open yourself up to being able to walk fully in those gifts, to walk fully in your abilities, to move forward. And when you start working on dealing with that, reconciling those issues and that shadow work,
like that dark and light side,
right? That actually opens you up to prosperity, and not necessarily just in like a physical material sense, which it can.
Alignment.
It can open up those abundances, but it can open up for a prosperity of energy and blessings and things to flow into you. And an abundance of healing, an abundance of just knowledge and gifts and abilities to just really work with. But you have got to reconcile those issues that are holding you back.
Codependent programming.
There are some things there that are really holding you back, and until you reconcile those, they're going to be a bit of a blockage for you. But once you get rid of that blockage, it's going to be like opening up the water on a dam. It's just going to flow and it's going to go.
Watch those triggers, because whatever is really triggered, and watch your extent of being triggered, because I have a feeling you might have some CPTSD in here. I don't know if you're diagnosed. I'm not like certified as a counselor or anything, but I feel some of that. And with that, when you get triggered on something, a situation, a person, a scenario, place, look at that trigger and don't avoid it. Go into it with love and compassion.
Well, that's how we talk about dealing with trauma
Exactly.
From a shamanic standpoint.
I gotta get my charger.
Is we talk about when you're working with trauma from a shamanic standpoint, if you constantly run from it and you don't face it, and if you don't dive and dig into the roots of what's causing that trauma, it's never going to heal, and it's only going to fester, and it's going to get worse, and it's going to become more and more severe. So you got to make sure that you're not running from those things and that you're facing them down. You're actually dealing with them. But like, you've got to work with those traumas, and you've got to heal those traumas. You've got to face those traumas. And it's not just the symptoms that present themselves because of the trauma. You've got to get to that root trauma to be able to deal with that. Well, I don't know that she was necessarily saying, like right now, but like as you go through this process, there are liable to be more triggers that will pop up that you won't even think of were even there. Like I've had it happen where something's just been a trigger point, and I'm like, well, that came out of nowhere. I have no idea where that was. Tiffany's talking to Rosie. I can hear her. Let's see. Good. I'm glad you're working through them.
She's supposed to work on her inner divine feminine and empower herself You need to recharge your inner wild woman.
That is so funny.
What?
My copy of the Women Who Run with Wolves is sitting next to my bed in my bedroom.
Oh my gosh, that is what she needs to read. What is it? Women Who Run with Wolves. Because
yeah, give me a minute. I'll go grab it. I'll be right back.
She needs to recharge. You need to do things that I'm breathing hard, y'all. I have a heart condition, so sure, my heart rate's high. It'll chill in a minute. My heart meds are adjusting. All right, so I have POTS. It's called dysautonomia. It goes with my lupus. Okay, so Patty, you need to rewild yourself. Okay, this is your free spirit. This is your artist, your warrior, your strength, your divine feminine. I picked up the goddess statue. Okay, connect to Gaia. Oh, that's it. Women Who Run with Rules by Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estes. That book. Patty, on Amazon, if you can, get that book.
It is well worth every penny.
She needs that inspiration. And that book will help her with that. It's going to help her with clearing that ancestral stuff that's stuck too. Because some of it deals with like a patriarchal thing.
Right. This whole book deals with nothing but that wild woman archetype. It is like 500 and some pages of wild woman archetype stories. It's beautiful. Amazing book.
Look at Ava. about healing, like you heal something and something else comes back up and you're like, crap. It's like whack-a-mole. No,
it really is like whack-a-mole.
And like two of them hit you at once and you're like, bam, bam. And you're like, what the hell? And then a third comes in for like a right punch. And you're like, what the heck?
Well, that and it's like whack-a-mole where you hit one and three more pop up and you're like, what the crap?
Or it's because that one actually had three underneath it.
Right.
Okay. So our paid reading is for Melissa.
Yes, I've got cards pulled out for Melissa.
And then after Melissa, I don't think Pam's still here. Ava, I want to read for you. And if Melissa and Ellie are still here, and if I'm missing somebody, let me know. And then that's it. And then we can chat.
Woohoo!
We'll just go freeform.
Okay.
And if someone needs guidance, I'll give it, if it comes through.
Since you are still pulling cards for Melissa, why don't I go ahead and start since I already got my cards pulled out for her.
Do it.
Okay. So your first card is Trust Yourself. Your next card is Free from Judgment, Free to Love. Your next card is Shock of the New. Next card is Seeing the True You. Visions Beyond Life and Death. Relax the hold of darkness and be at cause. I love this card.
Ooh.
And Restore and Replenish. So, Melissa, your first card is Trust Yourself. You got to start just trusting yourself. When you have those instincts and those intuitions that come to you, that is your higher self speaking to you. That is yourself saying, do this. This is the path. This is what you need. Trust yourself. Okay. That is very important that you learn to trust yourself as you walk along this path. The next thing that you need to do is release yourself from those judgments. And like I talked about earlier, this card is a powerful card because it talks about releasing yourself from the judgments of others and yourself so that you are free to fully love yourself and to love others. This card here is just a stupidly powerful card with that. And for you, you really need to focus on not allowing judgments of others about you, about your path, about your beliefs to cover up and hide your light. That stuff can be like someone smearing mud all over a window and you can't see the sunlight coming in because of all their judgments is like the mud that has blocked out any of the light that can shine through. So you got to go through and clear all that off, get rid of all that crud and all that crap, and get it all out there. And then that light can start to shine through once again. And your next card is Shock of the New. And as you do these things, as you free yourself from those judgments, as you learn to trust yourself, you're going to shock people because they're going to see a new version of you. They're going to see a version of you that doesn't allow others to control you and that has a deep confidence in yourself. And that as you walk forward, you will continue to really just shock a lot of people. And people are going to finally start seeing the true you.
Her authentic self is shining.
Right. That's exactly what this is. This is the you that has been hidden behind all those judgments of other people, where you tried to change yourself to fit into what other people wanted you to be. And that's not who you're meant to be. You are meant to be you, your true, authentic self. And as you start to clear these judgments, as you start to trust yourself, you're going to reveal the true, authentic self.
Whoa.
The next card that came up is Visions of Life Beyond Death. This card's an awesome card. I love this card. It's such a pretty
I'm
pretty
freaking
card.
out. Like,
What?
Your cards, just stop it.
We do this all the time. You should be used to this by now,
well, no,
okay?
This one is like bam.
We done that earlier.
I know. But
Visions of Life Beyond Death. Like, okay, this isn't necessarily talking about mediumship. This very well can be, though. This can be talking about seeing into spiritual realms, into the realms of the dead. But I get more that this is a vision of something that will exist beyond this change. It's a vision that you have that will exist once you go through this metamorphosis of bringing out the true you, the new you. There's that vision that you have of who you think you really are and what you really want to do will exist through this change. It's not going to go away. It's only going to become stronger and more powerful. And as you show the true you, the real you, that vision is going to come to pass because you're putting away old things and really starting to embrace this new way of being, where you've stopped allowing people to judge you, where you've actually opened yourself up to being able to love more freely, more openly, where you've learned to trust yourself. The next card is also very critical in this. These last two cards are extremely critical. The Relax the Hold of Darkness and Be at Cause. This is calling for you to let go of the negativity, to let go of the darkness that's been holding you down and be at peace. Understand you are taken care of, you are protected, you will be able to push through these things. But you have got to let go of those dark negativities and those dark things that are trying to claw into you and to hold you down and to keep you from going forward. Those people who tell you you can't, tell them to shut up, sit down, and watch what you do. Okay? The next thing is Restore and Replenish. And this, once again, comes into that whole point. It's definitely hard, Melissa. Here's the thing. Anything that is worthy is hard. Anything that is worthwhile is hard. If it was easy, it wouldn't be worth it.
Well, and then it's also that the path of the soul warrior, the spiritual warrior. Dude, my cat just jumped up right here.
I heard the bell.
She has her little jingle bell on. I let her in.
Yeah, I heard.
What are you doing?
But this last card, this Restore and Replenish, this is a very important card too, because you need to make sure that you are taking the time to rest, to replenish your energies, to take care of yourself. It's that, once again, it's that self-care and how critical that self-care is. If you watch any of our lives, you watch any of our talks that we do, we always talk about self-care and how critical that is. If you are not taking care of yourself, you can't be there for others. If you're not, like, we use this analogy all the time. And we use this analogy to where people are probably like, you guys need to find a new one, but it's like being in an airplane.
Well, no, it's true though.
Right. But it's that whole thing of, when they give that safety talk, they say, in an event that, the oxygen mask deploy, you have got to put yours on first before you help others around you. Okay. And that's the same situation with this rest and restore card. You have got to be taking care of yourself before you can take care of others around you, or you're going to end up getting burned out and you're not going to be there to be able to help anyone else. Because, if you didn't put your oxygen mask on first, you run out of oxygen, you're going to pass out. Then you can't help anyone else. And,
you need a life jacket,
and to be honest, if I take this a step further, at that point in time, you become a burden to those around you because you didn't take care of yourself first. And that can hit as a hard truth. And that was something I was meant to say to kind of allow you to know that. And trust me, I've had to wake up from that realization too, that not taking care of myself has made me a burden on others. And that I had to realize I had to start doing my work to take care of me.
A burden or affect others. Like, what do you mean by burden? Like, okay.
Physically, emotionally, everything. Because
we should be standing.
Because I wasn't taking care of myself. What you say?
Mm-hmm. Like, instead we should start like with the self-care, self-love, empowerment, standing in our own authenticity, that more independence.
Yes.
That way we can stand strong, shoulder to shoulder, or to lift others up along the way, kind of thing.
Right. And if you're not taking care, here's a way to think of it: is if you're going out on a hike, you're going out on like a big, like you're going to go like mountain climbing or something, and you're not doing stuff to take care of your equipment and yourself and maintain the things that you need to be able to achieve what's going out there. And you start this climb with another group of climbers, and you haven't done the things to prepare and make sure that everything is safe. You haven't this is part of that rest and restore. If you haven't taken the times to do these things and something happens up there, you become a burden to those other climbers. You can put them at risk. You have got to take care of yourself. And because it's not that they don't want to help you. They will come to your help. Those people that are really around you will come to your aid and come to your assistance at the risk of their own self. But don't put them there if you can avoid it. Take care of yourself and keep that from having to ever happen in the first place.
I'm getting back into it. Sorry, I was distracted.
I can tell you I was distracted.
Rosie was like peeking. She's about to knock over my tapestry. So I'm like, ah! All right. Juan, I don't know why Juan keeps saying caw or laugh out loud, but
whatever.
Caw, back at you. All right. So Melissa, Nine of Swords. It's got some crows in there. Caw leading into it. I had this card earlier. In your case, though, for some reason, like kind of what Josh was saying, I feel that you're dealing with some anxiety. Okay. I don't know if you have gone to a counselor or therapist, something like that. I have a great counselor. I promote going to counseling, y'all. I'm my master's in counseling psychology. Counseling psychology does fit into this. And in that case, that's where with this one, this card can mean anxiety and depression as well. And that's where doing your work, like Josh was talking about, I got the judgment card. Josh got judgment. Doing your work is one of those things that it's like you the deep digging, sister, because there is some stuff that's triggering that anxiety, that's triggering that depression. You need to understand that. Some of that, yes, could be chemical imbalance, whatever, but some of it's triggers. It could be environmental. It could be things like that. So that's where you really need to take the perspective of the hangman and really pan out from your life and look at your life from that perspective of your own healer. I'm getting this in my head. Healer, you need to heal thyself.
Yeah.
You need to step in and step out and shine the light of the moon, shine the light of healing to bring that harmony, that peace, that balance within yourself. Ace of Cups, this is all about love. This is unconditional love, that self-care, that self-love. You've got to take care of yourself first before you can go help others, like Josh was saying. You need to feel inside, tap in. The way that I learned what unconditional love really was, because I feel it, I know it, I felt it my whole life. I can feel that, it's lost in a lot of relationships and a lot of situations because humans have a tendency to love with conditions. Okay. And then there's those strings attached. So that's not unconditional. Unconditional is within you. It is that true, pure being that you are, because we all come from love. That is the essence. So tap into that in your heart. Let it spread throughout you and understand that you are walking this path of self-discovery. You are awakening. You are leaving behind the old paradigm, the old way of being, the old way of knowing, existing, seeing, feeling. You've had a major awakening, maybe even almost a kundalini. Okay. And with this awakening, you need to trust your intuition for the guidance that it's giving you. Trust your higher self, learn to tap into spirit guides, arm yourself with knowledge. As I said earlier to other people in the Modern Mystic group, the teacher in me, go top left, there's 3 lines. Click on those, click on guides, units. There's a whole unit on awakening. That will help you because you're not alone and you're not crazy. You've got to ride the waves as they come. Deal with what you need to deal with and be in the now, because ultimately you got the Magician card. This is a powerful card. You need to accept the magic that is within you. You need to accept that you are a magical being. Magical. Your words have power. Earlier, Josh and I were talking about affirmations, what we say to ourselves.
Absolutely.
You say the I am and follow it with what you need to be, because you are manifesting right now with your thoughts, your emotions. You've got to calm down that anxiety. It's happening to her a lot at night when she's going to sleep. We shared earlier Steve Nobel meditation, guided meditations.
Do the affirmation, I am calm, I am at peace. I am calm, I am at peace.
What's so weird is I have really bad anxiety.
Simple things like that can trigger that in your mind. Just
right before you get to sleep.
Down. Yes.
For me, when I really started meditating, I am like the one that, of course, finds the most difficult way possible in the used bookstore. And I find this book. Who was it by? It's the I Am meditation. Okay, and it's transcendental meditation. And it is where you intentionally, sit in silence, no distractions, close those eyes, do deep breathing, ground yourself. And in your mind, you're going to say or out loud, you're going to say the mantra, I am. Every time you think about something else, every time a thought happens other than I am, you're going to say the mantra, I am. And you're going to redirect yourself back to that mantra, I am. And I had to say that I am all the time because I have freaking everything is squirrel to me. I'm like, my brain is going 24/7 on 50 million different things. And I have monkey brain is what they call it in like Buddhism and Hinduism. It's called monkey chatter brain. And I learned through that I am mantras, that meditation, just like that, to how to find my presence, my awareness that is behind who I am. I learned to tap into my higher self. I learned to calm my human self, my ego self, tap into that higher consciousness. And it's hard, but as you do it, you get more space of peace and calm, like Josh was talking about, that space of nothingness. And you learn how to tap into that and control it. It's very powerful because ultimately right now on your awakening path, you are starting to surround yourself with like minds. You're starting to surround yourself with people who get you, who see you, like Josh was saying. And this is really important for you to be seen. And I'm talking valued. Whenever, this kills me. For example, I asked one of my loved ones, hey, I want to know, who do you see me as? Who am I? And they were like, oh, you're a teacher and you want to help people and you're loving. And I'm like, you're an artist, you paint, you do tarot, whatever. And I was like, no, not what I do. Like, who am I behind what I do? At the core of me, my dog is in the trash. Rosie! Sorry. I can hear it. It's like the trash bag. She already did it once. She had my chili con queso like little bowl, and she was like licking it. And I was like, "What are you doing?" All right, so it's that presence, tapping into the core of your essence and really owning your authenticity, allowing yourself to step into alignment and surrounding yourself with balcony people that are going to see you, not just what you do. People who are going to value you in that way. Because Four of Pentacles is all about abundance. And this goes along with once you really do that healing, once you really start going with your flow, once you start trusting your soul purpose, really embracing this awakening, giving yourself knowledge, going down those rabbit holes, all of this healing is going to happen. And you're going to start being able to tap into your essence, which is the essence of leaving depression behind and instead filling your life and yourself with healing love. And it's going to manifest more people in your life and more abundance by letting go of that judgment, letting go of those lower things, if that makes sense.
Right. And it's letting go of that judgment, which is going to, and as you let go of that, that's like what we said. It's what we said earlier. Well, what I was talking about is that judgment is like a mud that clouds things and it blocks that view and it blocks people being able to see you. And as that gets cleared away, as that judgment gets cleared away, as you're not allowing those judgments to sit on you and to affect you and to weigh on you, the true you, that's what that other card was. They see the true you.
And allow yourself to be vulnerable enough to be seen and heard and felt. I feel like there's a barrier there of protection based on past trauma, maybe childhood programming.
Well, and that's some of the stuff that's built up from those judgments.
Yes. Well, and her
and
inner
trauma.
wounds.
Right. Which a lot of time judgment is right in conjunction with those.
And also, don't beat yourself up for those lower emotions in your shadow, okay? They're valid. And don't push them away, because by pushing them away, they're just going to come back and be worse. Pay attention to those triggers, pay attention to those wounds, and ask yourself why of each one, and then keep going down. Keep going to the core of why is this coming up? Why do I feel this way? Why? And keep asking that. Patterns in your life that keep happening. Why? And that helps you to layer down those layers to get to the core wound so you can address that and heal it with love and compassion for yourself. And there's going to be, I feel there's a lot of like righteous fury in there. Don't beat yourself up for being pissed at people for things. Hold people accountable. Forgiveness is not just letting them get away with it. Okay. Forgiveness is for you. Right. Absolutely. And holding them accountable is setting those boundaries. There's codependency there. Absolutely. A lot of that tonight. Gratitude is just a bonus card I got from Oracle. And that attitude of gratitude. Look at what's beautiful in your life and continue to manifest that. I love these attitude of gratitude sessions. I love them. Yes, they're great. All right. Who else is still here? Ava's here. Ava, you want a card? I love Ava. She's like, squirrel. I'm going to add Ava to our group chat. I got her name down. Ava will be so much fun. Ava's followed me for a while, too. Oh, there's Melissa. I love her. All right, did we need to pull for Melissa, or did we pull for Melissa earlier? We did Melissa. Okay, we already did Melissa. We're doing just the gratitude ones, and then we're done with those. Okay, how many gratitudes do we got? What do we got? Right now, Melissa and Ava, and I think that's it. Okay, so there was a Melissa we was pulling for. Which Melissa is this? Another Melissa Brown. Melissa Ferguson is attitude of gratitude. Right. That's who I was talking about, because she said I'm here.
I said
Oh,
Melissa's here. Yeah. That's who I thought we was getting ready to do an attitude of gratitude for, right?
Attitude of gratitude for Melissa.
Okay.
Oh, I mixed in some tarot. Give me one moment. Ooh, those tarot are talking though. Give me. She wants tarot. Melissa, you want tarot or oracle from me? I'll let you choose. And what's your favorite number? Oh, there's Ellie. Ellie has been here. Sorry, Ellie.
Yay!
So that's boo, 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 boo. Melissa, Ava, and then that's it. And we'll call it, and we'll just talk.
She said tarot from you.
She wants tarot. Gotcha, boo. Ow.
Ooh.
Okay, guys, give me a second. My butt's going numb. I need a new chair, Josh. I don't know how you are comfortable. You're so still. My leg is like numb.
I am shifting all over the place.
I'm like one side went numb. 333.
Like earlier, I was sitting like this. I was almost like doing the Snoop Dogg gangster sitting in the lowrider riding around, lean.
333. Angel guidance, spirit guides, and protection for 333.
It's funny because I pulled 3 cards.
Shut the front door.
Not lying.
Boom, boom, boom. She just typed 333 too.
It was before she even typed 333. I had 3 cards on the table.
Google 333 angel number. Okay. Oh my gosh, my left leg is like revolting. I love you, leg. Please stop hurting. Oh, wow. Dang. Okay. Girl. She's had the death and rebirth. Melissa has had not just one, but I'm getting 2. Have you had 2 dark nights of the soul, Melissa? I've had multiple as well. Josh got transformation. That's what death and rebirth is. She had a stroke. Oh my God, kind of like me and my blood clot in my heart. Was it a near death? You had a near death. During this rebirth, you were reminded of the connection of yourself to all things with the World card. You were plugged in. And it's an integration thing. She's having to integrate. Know with the 8 of Wands that you have support around you always. And they're supporting you to stand and shine your light. All right? Stand in your power. Shine that light out on the negativity and shit in your life. Like seriously, like rainbow bright it. All right? Bam! Care Bear stare. Like I'm not kidding. Because your death and rebirth empowered you. And you are connected to the world. And you are manifesting. This is the most powerful card in the deck. And I'm going to look up the affirmation. What did you get, Josh?
I got transformation, grieving, and animals.
She just put this. Oh, girl, I can't put that up on the screen.
What is it?
Dang. Oh, girl. Oh, dang. Oh, dang.
Okay, so you've got a lot going on right now. So you've got you're definitely in a transformation phase going on right now. That is like that's some deep stuff there too.
That's betrayal and grief and oh my word, those emotions.
But you've got that transformation that's going on right now. Just with everything with, honestly, with that, there's a transformation of all aspects of the transformation of family dynamics, a transformation of, not only yourself, but everything in and around you in that household dynamic, everything. And you've got that grieving that's going along with it, grieving those issues that's in and around there. Because grieving doesn't necessarily mean that someone's died, but it can be grieving the loss of someone, the connection of someone, that someone has lost their way, and you're grieving that person that's been lost. But a key element.
Be angry. Don't be upset at yourself for being angry. You have every right.
Oh yeah, you do. And there is a thing as righteous anger, and it's you're meant to be able to feel anger. It's a valid emotion. It's not meant to be repressed. It's just got to make sure that you're directing that anger in a proper manner, that it's being addressed in a proper manner.
And look at what's beneath that anger. Usually it's like betrayal or it's something like that. There's a wound there. That anger is a reaction to something. That anger is coming up because there's something that's like a splinter inside of you, and it's trying to come out, and it's coming out like anger.
And then the last card I got is animals. And this card to me really feels like animals are going to be a big critical part of helping you heal through a lot of this issues that you're going with.
She has a familiar.
Huh?
She has a good familiar. You have a cat. A soul splinter. I got to remember that. That's exactly what it is. It's like a soul splinter. And it's like it's festering. And you got to get to the root of it.
Was Melissa the one who had a dog that was older?
What was it? You, Melissa? Do you have a 12-year-old dog? Was that you earlier?
13-year-old.
She has a familiar. I know it. I can feel the energy.
Those animals are going to be really, really, really critical, though. Making that connection with animals.
She doesn't have one yet.
No. You need to make a connection. You need to make a connection with an animal. An animal is a really great thing to connect with to help with healing. Tanner, who you've seen pop up here several times, Tanner's an emotional support animal. That's what Tanner's here for. Tanner has helped me through my healing and helped me through so many of my dark nights and some of my darkest moments.
I'm gonna cry.
I mean, he is just absolutely critical. And Tanner's a rescue, and I will always say, I didn't rescue Tanner. Tanner rescued me.
Like me and Chloe.
Yes.
I lost mine. She was my service dog for Lupus, for my pups, but Chloe was like 13. She's my little chihuahua. And looked a lot like Tanner. That's why I'm about to cry, because she just had to cross the Rainbow Bridge after a bad surgery. And it's so hard. I had my puppy Rosie, my little Boston, and it's a totally different bond. And there was this moment though that I watched. I got it on video. It's on my personal page, where Rosie, the night before Chloe ended up needing to cross Rainbow Bridge, that night there was a moment where Rosie was laying next to her, and it was like I was calming Chloe, and I was loving her, and Rosie leans on her, and Chloe looks up, and they look at each other, and I could feel like this communication, like the passing of the torch, like, okay, it's your job now. I can't do this. I'm leaving. You're doing it. And then when Chloe finally, after the veterinarian put in the ketamine to calm her and then injected her, I was talking to her, looking at her eyes the whole time. Her last breath, her mouth was open, and I saw her light inside of her, and it was brilliant white. And it's weird. I saw it lift, and I saw it lift with my eyeballs, and it went up into the ceiling, but a little piece of it stayed, and it landed right here on me. And I'm telling you, that's where you will have a soul connection with an animal, just like Josh has with Tanner, I have with Chloe, and that animal is going to help you.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very healing bond.
Death and rebirth, just like you said. Affirmation: I allow myself to let go of the past in order to add energy to new beginnings, because the world card affirmation is I accept this gift of completion. That's a cycle. You're letting it go. You're leveling up. I accept this chapter as ended, as completion, and I ascend to new levels of awareness and wholeness, because I am love. And that's like going back to your heart, going back to that unconditional love, because you got this. And we're here to help, I promise. Yes. Oh my God, Ava. Yes, my Chloe, I swear, is my little ankle biter in the spirit realm. I swear. Spirit animal guardian. Hey.
What the heck happened there?
Do. I don't know. It's weird though. Hey!
Did you click on something?
No, my hand's right here. I ain't touching nothing. Hey!
I didn't touch anything. My hands were on my cards. I was shuffling.
My hands are just right here doing this. Dude, what? Okay, I'm talking about spirits. I just was talking about Chloe. Talking to Ava. Just finished with Melissa. We've got something there. Okay, we need to pay attention. Spirit jacks with like me on you all the time, so.
I have never seen that happen because you have to physically grab using the mouse.
Technology and me.
You literally have to put your mouse in our back studio that we're using to grab one of these frames and drag it to the other side to get it to move like that. My hands were no way near. My mouse wasn't even on the screen. I run a 3-monitor setup. My mouse was on a different screen. That was crazy.
I don't like, weird is normal to me. So
right, but also that was crazy.
That was bizarro, yes. That was like I don't know, man. I'll dig into it in a moment because that was weird. Melissa's right. I was tapped into her. You were tapped into her. Her energy is high. Mine is too, and so is yours. But that was like spirit. That was something going, hey, I'm here. Knock, knock.
Maybe it's saying we need to change positions on the monitors finally. You need to.
It makes me feel weird. I'm all,
it's so funny when me and Tiffany get together to do these lives. If it sets up and she's on the other side, she's like, "You got to move me."
I can't do it. I don't know why. I don't know. It's bizarre. It's like I was the kid, even in class without a seating chart. I still had, kids do that. They assign their own seat.
Yeah.
Intuition. Ava, look at this card. You need this deck. This deck, find it on Amazon, Ava. It's the Vintage Wisdom Oracle by Victoria Mosley, because you tap into that energy. All right. This is a very strong divine feminine awakening deck. And it taps into our ancestor energy, our energy of all the women and the women and the women and the women and the women in our lines and in before us and culture that's come before us. All of that wisdom and strength. And with your intuition, it is very guided. Your claircognizance and your clairsentience are through the roof. I have a feeling you also get prophetic dreams because you got the dream card. If you're not aware of this, you need to start paying attention to your dreams, which I feel you already do. If you remember a dream, like you can't shake it. Like I have dreams literally that I've had when I was like 8 that I still get like, they'll hit me and I'm like, and I'll remember the dream. Pay attention to those because those dreams, they're signposts, they're important. And a lot of them are going to help guide you and give you information on what you need in life for your highest good because they help you with your compass. And at times you have lost compass. You lose your sense of direction. You lose your sense of your true north. And you get kind of off path. And that's okay. But it's time for you to get back on the path. Because your perception is affecting your reality. Negative self-talk, stuff like that. Like we were talking about, like with positive affirmations, things like this, keeping your vibration up. Also perception on like that stepping back because she got the co-create. This tells me that she's in line with the divine. Co-create says that she is a manifester. So she's really got to pay attention to her attitude, her energy, what her thoughts are doing. Cancel anything negative with gratitude, with love. All right, learn to work on that because you are changing. And change is not a bad thing. Like the snake is a symbol of wisdom, of divine feminine. Shedding its skin, you're doing that. And it's time for you to allow yourself to recreate yourself.
Can I go? Are you done?
Mm-hmm.
I was just waiting. That look on your face said that like you was waiting for something else.
Waiting for you?
Okay, well, here I am. I got love as the first card. So you gotta work on that love. And this love is learning to, it's not just like a love for another person or another thing. This is really that love for yourself, like embracing that deep inner love for yourself, which is really the root where all love needs to start. And one of the great things that I read in a book by Deepak Chopra, the Path to Love, he says, he starts off and he talks about the phases of love. He says you start off and love's like that infatuation, or it can be kind of that lusty kind of feeling, stuff like that. It's that more kind of physical kind of love, that aspect.
That carnal as well, you know. I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Right. No, and that's kind of the beginning levels of love and that connection and stuff. And it's that really kind of, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend, kind of dating around kind of love in that romantic sense. But then he talks about a different level of love, which comes from when like you get into a really seriously, deeply committed relationship with someone.
The unconditional.
And he talks about coming into this state of love where you just love this other person with your whole heart, and it's a deeper level of love. But then he goes into talking about the third level of love, which he calls the highest level of love, is where you walk as a pure embodiment of love. That you're not showing love to others, that you are love.
That I am love. Legit. Yes. I am love.
Yeah. And the other card I got is travel. This card can mean a couple of things. It can mean that you're going to be undergoing an adventure or a journey. But a big thing that I get from this card is this card can also mean that you've got protection. You have protection on the path that you're on. There are guides and other things out there that are watching over you, making sure you are safe. There are things that are making sure that as you take these steps along your path, you're going to be protected and guarded. Yes.
Her higher self is like right there. Ava, that voice in your head, legit, because I know Ava's got multiple like I do. I mean, not multiple voices, but Ava, you're neurodivergent, right? Okay. I really discovered this. Neurodivergents very much have inner talk and inner dialogue and monologue. And we have that inner voice. Mine's always going. And then I have my higher inner voice, like what Josh is talking about. That's my connection to my higher self. That's your intuition.
Eckhart Tolle says it so beautifully. He says that the realization is when you come to the point that you are not the voice in your head, you are the observer. You are the observer watching and hearing that voice.
Your awareness behind the awareness, your awareness behind the voice. You are that higher being. And connecting and understanding that.
I really love Eckhart. And if anyone hasn't, if anyone is in an awakening process or a transformation process, the book, The Power of Now, is hands down one of the best books you will ever put your hands on and read on learning to truly just embrace a lot of what you're going through and not be wrapped up in the past and not be living in the future.
Or the drama of it, you know.
Yep. And he talks about being really present in the moment and everything else, and his wisdoms that he shares in this book.
Oh God, yeah.
Are absolutely amazing.
Power of Now and New Earth. That one second. And then the next author in Awakening, Dolores Cannon's work. Like Dolores Cannon, Convoluted Universe, stuff like that. Any of Deepak Chopra stuff. But definitely Power of Now is the first. I think that was my real first spiritual, other than the I Am Transcendental. Oh, my witchy books. I started
my first introduction into that kind of stuff really has got to be with
Power Now.
like
and my friend.
I always talk about like my really early introduction into like metaphysics and like mysticism and all that was Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, which has very little to do with Zen and even less to do with motorcycle maintenance.
Love it.
But it was a trigger book that caused me to start looking into others. And the first real book that really hit hard for me was Jonathan Livingston Seagull by Richard Bach.
Oh, I know that one. You know, I think actually when you're talking about it, I was in college. I was studying like the Bhagavad Gita, learning Eastern culture. And I read the Tao of Jet Li. The Tao of Jet Li. Jet Li, the Tao of, darn it. The Tao of Jet, no, not Jet Li. Who was the one that was in The Crow?
That was Brandon Lee. Brandon Lee.
It was the one that passed away.
That's Brandon Lee. That was Bruce's son, Brandon.
Where's that? The Tao of, hold it, give me a second. The Tao of, who's like the super like yeah guy?
There's a bunch of those.
No, like I'm talking like the baddest of the baddest asses. Not like the funny ones. I'm talking like the serious dude.
Well, there's a bunch of people. Are you talking Bruce Lee?
Who was the one that was in the movie with all the old guys in the 80s and they're all kung fuing each other and fighting?
Bruce?
Dude, the Tao of, oh my God, my brain. Come on. I think it is Bruce.
Bruce is who wrote the Tao
of Jeet Kune Do. That's
yes,
it.
Jeet Kune Do.
The Tao of Jeet Kune Do. That.
Written by Bruce Lee.
Yes.
Bruce's philosophy of Jeet Kune Do.
Beautiful.
And I can break this down really simple because I've studied Bruce's philosophies on this.
I did too, like straight up. I lived it.
Bruce's philosophy of Jeet Kune Do originally started around his development of his own martial arts style. Okay? And what Bruce said was learn absolutely everything you can. Take in every bit of knowledge, take in every bit of training, take everything in you can. Find out what works for you, keep it. Everything else that doesn't, throw it away.
Yes.
It's useless.
Yes. It talks about like being like water.
Oh, the be like water speech by Bruce. Hands down, one of the best speeches ever given.
I'm gonna share it.
It is one of those, honestly, if it wouldn't flag us for like getting the video pulled down for playing it, I would just play it because it's such a great speech.
Oh, here it is right here. I found it. I'm gonna share it. I talk about like enlightenment and that way of being that every empath, every intuitive, everyone on the awakening path needs to understand and practice in a lot of ways. Because that is self-care, self-love right there.
My favorite part is be water, my friend.
Be water, my friend. I love it. I used to surprise people that I had studied that too, but we had studied like so much in Eastern culture, and I just, that book like called to me one day, and I was like,
a lot of people think that Bruce Lee was just a martial artist and a movie star, and he wasn't. He was a really deep philosopher, and he was a really, really skilled and talented teacher. And he didn't teach just martial arts. He was a teacher of life. Oh,
that's what I did. I didn't practice the martial arts aspects. I practiced the philosophy. I got it right here. I'm about to, if I can find out how to say, how do I share you? Oh, there you are.
See, when she kept saying the Tao of, all I could think of was the Tao of Pooh. But Winnie the Pooh.
There's There is?
There's a book called the Tao of Pooh.
I need to read this.
It's Taoism through Winnie Pooh, and they do one called the Tay of Piglet.
No! Where have I been?
Oh, I read these in high school. I figure you would have known about these by now, or I would have told you about them. I read these in high school. I didn't know
about that. The Tao of Pooh.
Oh my God, the Tao of Pooh is amazing. I love it.
And the what? The what of Piglet?
The Tay of Piglet.
What is Tay?
Hold on.
Sarah
Pretty
said,
sure it's-
be like water, y'all. I just shared be like water. That
pretty
speech
sure-
is fantastic.
I'm pretty sure it's the Taya Piglet.
Yes, that's true. Ava's right. Very
Yeah.
much a Renaissance person. He was tapped into so many things. I mean, it's phenomenal. Oh, wow. Ava was born the year of the dragon. Ava, you need to watch that video, that Be Like Water. I'm serious. Because that is like the essence that's going to help you through these challenges in your life. All right. And then we had Ellie. Ellie, I pulled for you a spirit card. Okay. And it says, Dear you, time for you to check in occasionally with yourself about motives behind your own actions that you plan on taking. Check in with that intent before you make big moves, especially when there's some kind of big end game or goal in mind. Is the source of your motivation, is the source of your motivation desire, or is it entitlement? Maybe you're drawn to a certain path because you think it will bring you a feeling related to the outcome you seek, like safety or wholeness. Know that you will see a reflection in the outer world of the motive that drives you forward. Your motives from within are going to reflect without. It's a hermetic principle. Do you need a motive? Do you need soul purpose? Can you simply be pulled in the direction of your soul where it calls you into joy, discovery, growth, and meaningfulness without trying to define it? If you can step forward and surrender to whatever spirit has in store for you, you will be amazed at how things are going to turn out. Check with your motives and then hand them over to spirit. Everybody in spirit wants the best for you, and life loves you more than you know. Boom. Josh, what did you throw up there? I saw that. What did that say?
Confidence.
That confidence and that motive. Yes.
And then the other card that came with the confidence was willpower.
Boom. That motivation, that willpower. Follow your soul's call, darling. It's yelling at you.
Yeah. So as you step forward, you need to step forward in that confidence, but that confidence has got to be tempered very carefully, because confidence that is not reined in and is let to run wild with ego becomes arrogance.
Yeah,
Confidence is humble. Confidence has been very humble. When you allow that ego to step in, it becomes arrogance. It stops being confidence, and it goes from being something positive to being something negative, and something that can be very destructive if left unchecked.
She's very intuitive. I mean, like, we're talking intuitive.
Did that hit something on that confidence card with that?
It's surrender. Yep.
And the next card is willpower. You've got a strong willpower, but you also need to make sure that you're putting this willpower to effect in certain things. If you've got things that are popping up that are taking control,
don't get distracted.
Yeah, things that can be. One of the terms in the book that this uses a keyword is addictions, and I don't necessarily want it to think addictions and like necessarily drugs.
It can be cycles of relationships is what I'm getting.
Addictions can be anything. It can be cycles of relationships.
She's a fixer.
Yeah.
She's a fixer, and she attracts broken people. And darling, that's that willpower. You need to turn that within you. You're using so much energy externally. You got to use it internally. You got to take care of yourself with that.
Here, I'm going to go to the book on this one, because this book is great. It's the Spellcasting Oracle.
I love that one.
And the little sections on this, it's really short. And I'm just going to read through this.
Ellie, are you good with magic and spell work? It has beautiful spell.
Oh, it's got a gorgeous spell in here. But the magical guidance says your impulsive behavior invites temptation in, and you cannot resist being enticed. The motto, life is too short, has attracted all sorts of attention, as well as some naughty behavior. And in the past, you found that troubles has followed you. It is time to put that behind you now as you take responsibility and grow up. Instead of giving into temptation, determine whether or not you're being lured for your higher good. That's the focus. Is this for your higher good?
Good, hon. She's got to let
That-
go. It's an addiction to helping. She has no boundaries. She's a people pleaser.
The big thing here is it said instead of giving into temptation and determine if it's for that higher good, a test of strength and character is required to conquer a lazy attitude. Focus on willpower, and focus on willpower will keep you from destruction, leading you to a resolution and a firmness of purpose.
Her inner fire.
Okay, so here is the spell. This is a spell incantation. Write your temptations on a separate piece of paper and put them in an empty bottle. Light a black candle on a Tuesday at dusk during a dark moon and say, give way to strong temptation could result in altercation. Stop, ignore the urge to itch, impulsive inclinations ditch. Go within and call on strength, determination grows in length. Paper put in bottle sealed, with black candle craving healed. Let the flame burn down the hour, harnessing require willpower.
This is going to release her from that temptation that she has to that where she's that magnet, she's manifesting it, that temptation to be the hero in a way. She needs it's going to help her to be her own hero.
Let me finish this out because there's a little bit here on the left.
Sorry.
On the last, hold on, it's the last part of the spell to finish it out. It says, place the candle in the neck of the bottle and let it burn for an hour. Relight if temptation gets in the way again. Now say, gratefully, I accept the magic of protection to assist in all that I do. Lend me the courage, build power in me, assist my transcendence. So mote it be.
So mote it be, blessed be. Beautiful. Sorry.
It's okay.
At the ADHD interruption issue that I got.
I know it happens. I got them too. I understand them. That's why I don't get upset about them.
Other people get mad at me, and I'm
oh
like,
my God. I had someone in my life that I'm not going to go into who it was.
You remember in that live with what's his butt, and he was like he was like getting like at me, and I was like, I'm sorry. And then he said something like, and I was like, ooh.
Oh, Sage? Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, there's a reason we don't do lives with Sage anymore.
Well, he wouldn't stop talking.
He wouldn't stop talking about weird shit that had nothing to do with what we was talking about either.
Dude, that stuff about like the weird sexual stuff for like pagan holidays, and how all pagan holidays were like sexual cultish. I was like,
it was like anytime he could like try to sneak in something about sex or orgies or something like that.
Dude, that was it. I was like,
I'm like, dude, like, chill out. We weren't even talking about anything remotely close to that shit. Like, weirdo.
I think Ellie, please let us know if that resonates. And she's working on her soul purpose. So if you want to do that spell or modify it, she said she knows that deck.
Okay.
That's a spellcaster deck. That's the card Willpower.
I love this deck.
Oh, those are the kind of spells that I do all the time. People don't understand that. They're manifestation. It's a way to like put that purpose out there, to do the actions, to really set that intent.
Are any of you a fan of like DC Comics? Because these spells remind me of a character from DC Comics. He's it's Etrigan, and he's actually a demon that possesses a Templar Knight. And this Templar, this knight's name is Jason Blood. The demon is Etrigan, and so he can shift between his forms. And Etrigan, when he talks, always talks in like poems and rhymes and Shakespearean verse. So whenever I like read some of these incantations, like the only thing I can think of is Etrigan.
Oh my gosh, it's his character, like that Raven girl that's in that Robin series.
Raven's awesome. Etrigan's an actual demon when he changes forms. Etrigan's an actual demon, but Etrigan is actually really good. Like,
well, in culture, daemons, jinns, they weren't all bad.
No.
They're daemons in Greek mythology. You had good, you had bad, you had goddesses, you had all ranking hierarchy.
Well, and part of the whole deal with Etrigan was because he was bonded with Jason Blood, who was such a noble person. Jason was able to influence Etrigan. But it just reminds me, it just when I read those incantations, it reminds me of that because Etrigan would do incantations as well. And it reminds me of the same style of how he would do his incantations.
Or, like with me, like, Josh has seen me, I'm very eclectic and a lot of mine is energetic based,
Oh yeah, almost all of mine's all energetic based.
Here we go. Ava's on. She knows. Aren't they related because of Trigon, she said. I'm not familiar with the mythos.
I am not sure if Etrigan...
Oh, Raven's father. That would make...
Trigon is Raven's father, but I can't remember how Trigon and Etrigan are tied in together.
Follow the rabbit.
You're going down the rabbit hole.
Woohoo! We're done with reading, so we can rabbit hole.
Readings? Oh, sweet. Okay, well, give me a second since we're done with readings.
You got pee?
I got to pee and I need to go grab something to drink.
Go for it.
So yeah, I will be right back.
And Ava, okay, Raven's father. All right, because I've watched a series in like Titans or whatever. That dude, he's like demonic, right? And so that shadow aspect that's within her, that is like her being half. Am I correct? But is her mother, her real mother, was she angelic? Like, because she's got like that healer aspect. So she's like a true hybrid. You know what I'm saying? Like the heroes of old, the demigods in like ancient culture. That's it, right? Yep. Okay. I knew it. It's like had those foreshadows, and I'm like, I love the series. It's really dark though. Like you kind of have to not watch it before I go to bed. Oh, her mother is human mortal. Okay. That's where she combines those two aspects. So basically kind of like in Hebrew myth, or in like the book of Enoch, you have the watchers, which, okay, people call them like, fallen angels. Yeah, they fell in vibration, right? Because they mated with human women, and people make it sound so dirty and bad. And I really believe a lot of it was a lot like the story of Persephone and Hades. And there's like that crossover, the Nephilim. And so that's what, honestly, if he is a Trigon's a demon, right? But they would fall within that angelic realm that just can be good or bad. Or are the demons totally separate?
Trigon is kind of like, almost like Mephisto. He's almost like a demonic lord.
Oh, okay. So like he would be like one of Hades' chiefs.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Trigon's
powerful then.
Yeah, Trigon's stupidly powerful. And
was he in love with her mama? Was Raven made out of love? Because that's always important in the story.
I can't remember, but Raven goes through a transformation. Raven actually ends up becoming one of the most powerful mystical characters in the DC universe.
That's one of the reasons why they're drawn to her.
Well, Raven starts off really dark in a lot of her stuff, and then becomes a very, very powerful white light healer.
Yes, I knew it.
Actually, the season of Titans that is starting back up because it's in its mid-season. And I think this is the final season.
I'm at the end of season
Titans.
1.
And this season is the season where you see Raven make that transformation.
Sweet, dude. It's from the broken girl to the empowered woman that she's becoming with the light within her.
The story of Raven is such a beautiful story, and especially in the comics and stuff, if you really get into it, because in the comic books, they dive deep into Raven's darkness and everything that goes on. They show a lot of her...
Well, but it protects her in dire situations, in scary ways, but it protects her.
They go into showing a lot of her psychological traumas and stuff that she's dealt with, and things over all this stuff, and how she uses those to empower her.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the wounded healer's way. Like we were talking about wounded healers, whether it's a shamanic path, whether it's a witchy path, whatever, we are wounded healers. More like Raven's birth was a means to the end for Trigon to enter the. Oh, she was like a portal. That is him going through her.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's what Raven was born for, because she was supposed to be a sacrifice to be able to pull Trigon through.
Because women are the ultimate portal, our vessel. And her mother was a portal by giving birth to Raven. That is the darkness that comes out. He's all creepy and he like sucks the life out of people. That dude, that is her dad. In her.
No. That is her dad is not in her.
Okay. Oh.
Raven is Raven. Raven has powers that mimic some of Trigon's powers because of her bloodline.
But he's in the world now because she was born. So it opened up a portal.
No, they're trying to pull Trigon through.
Oh.
They're trying to keep Trigon from coming through in season 1.
Is that why those dudes are really creepy? They stalk her and they try to like do like candles in a circle. Who are those dudes?
The people that are trying to sacrifice her to pull Trigon through.
So those are bad guys. I knew it.
There's like a cult that's coming after her to try to pull her through.
Oh my word. She has to be sacrificed.
Raven
That's
has
why
to
that
be
one
sacrificed
guy.
for,
Because she's a sacrifice to open the portal into Hades.
Well, they don't call it Hades in this. It's like
Into hell.
Yeah.
Well, holy shiznage. I love y'all. All right, Mark. Mark popped on. Do you have any spiritual questions? We can talk a minute, Josh. Oh, I'm down.
Yeah, I'm down to hang out. I mean, we're hitting we just hit my favorite point of the night. It's 3 a.m. here. Welcome to the witching hour.
I'm always awake at this time. I swear to gosh.
So am I. I'm wired awake.
Hi, Carrie.
However, I may end up muting my mic and stepping off cam for a minute to do a dab. Because I've been sitting here for about 4 hours and I need to medicate for my pain.
That's fine. Absolutely. Yeah, not on cam. Sorry.
Well, I'll do this simply as Tiffany can have the moment. I'm going to mute my mic and I'm just going to take my cam out of the stream and then I'll do this and I'll be right back, guys.
So Josh and I were talking about creating a chat group and then maybe eventually, kind of like a study into philosophy, spirituality, into religion. I'm really digging deep in some of those. I teach psychic development and Reiki certification classes. If you ever need a mentor or something, you can always reach out to me. But would y'all be interested in just a chat group, to talk about spirituality, about religious texts? We were getting into biblical history earlier. We were talking about the Apocrypha. Kind of like how we're talking about Nephilim right now. Those are the kind of topics that we could discuss in that. We call it wounded healers if we want to. Would y'all be interested in a chat like that? Because if so, I'm going to write your name down and I'll add you to the chat.
And I haven't even started in on what I was going to do, but I popped back in because I was listening. I specifically, one of the things I'm going to specifically do, and we might start a different chat for this, or we might even do a different thing. I might even do this through my Discord because I can do a lot of crazy things through Discord that I can't do on Facebook and some other aspects. I can share a lot of things and set rooms up and do different teachings and everything. But I want to do a series that is a metaphysical, biblical Bible study. But we are going to look at the Bible from a metaphysical standpoint. We are not going to look at it from a Christian standpoint. We're going to go through
from a mystical standpoint, hon.
Right, from a very mystical standpoint. I'm going to the I'm going to the University of Metaphysics. And the founder of the University of Metaphysics, Dr. Paul Leon, one of the things that he done was he looked at everything in the biblical teachings and all the different sacred texts from a biblical standpoint. So did people like Charles Fillmore, and he takes a lot of their teachings and puts that together into stuff. And that's a lot of where my training and stuff comes in on that aspect. And I really would like to do a deep dive into a lot of these things. And it will be a Bible study, but it's not going to necessarily be me going, okay, this is how this is. It's going to be
I'm in there. We'll get into history of it too, because
Well,
there's so much.
Right. And some of it is, I want to dive into things going, all right, guys, this is what we're looking at. This is what this has to say, but let's have a discussion I don't want it to be one person being like, all right, listen to me. This is what I have to say. I'm not a preacher. I'm not going to stand behind a pulpit and tell you how it is.
It has to be democratic dialogue, right?
I want to enter into an open group discussion where we talk about these things and we throw out ideas and we challenge each other's perceptions of how we are looking at this, that we share these different views. That way we can challenge each other's perceptions. Breaking Reality, my podcast, the whole purpose of that is to present different perspectives to people, thus challenging their perspective of the world around them, hopefully causing them to change that perspective by looking at things differently and not through the same mundane sight that they always have, thus breaking reality and creating a new one.
Absolutely. And the thing about that is, just like with talking about DC Comics, I mean, there's so much that is relatable within that. All right, Terry popped on, and I know we did the last card reading, but I did pull like a couple cards for her because she's in need.
Well, while you do that, I'm going to step out, do what I did, take care of some of my pain management, and then I'll be right back.
Yeah, Terry, we were done reading, but I've got to pull some cards for you real quick. You need to ground yourself. Your anxiety, your depression aspects, they're being triggered by the environment around you. Okay? You need to think about who or what is triggering you. That is your answer to be able to cleanse. And if you cleanse your space and cleanse yourself for this, because whenever you're digging into these triggers, as an empath, you're picking up extra energy and stuff that's not yours. Some of it I feel has to do with some coping mechanisms, some programming from childhood. That is some inner child stuff. I'm getting rid of the scammer. Seriously, y'all, like, it's so rude when they do that. Ugh. I can't stand predators. You gotta loosen your grip. And I really feel like some of this, it came up with other people earlier, codependency, drinking, maybe stuff like that. And you need to step into trusting your divine, trusting that you are guided, trusting what that niggle is telling you. And this is the power of 3. This is your intuition speaking, your inner self. Where is that intuition guiding you? Where are you being led? And that's where those triggers are so important, is as you're releasing them, you're making room for your intuition to be louder, for your clarity to be more. Because ultimately, darling, you're a sovereign being. You're meant to stand in your power. You're meant to harness that divine feminine energy, that wild woman within, that free spirit. You're not meant to be a caged bird in any situation. So it's time for you to understand that and understand your own addictions to those situations. No matter, I know it's hard. It's really hard. Like, I've been addicted to codependent relationships and forever, and I'm a magnet for it. I mean, I can walk in somewhere and I'm going to attract probably the most wounded person in the entire room. And the fixer, the empath in me, the healer in me is like, stop it. You stop those patterns, okay? And trust your intuition, that inner voice, that guidance. Trust that versus the patterns that you've gotten used to, and step into your sovereignty, step into your power of who you are, your authenticity. Allow yourself to take that mask off and be the fierce woman that you are. Does that make sense? Oh, Terry, thank you. I hope you heard what I said. Josh, she's going to go ahead and PayPal.
I'm grabbing my cards.
She needs a sacred rebel deck because she's got some serious, yes. She needs, it is that empowerment within and that inner strength to be the fierce and the courageous lioness. You know, she has to allow her roar. It's like I am woman, hear me roar kind of thing. That our internet keeps dropping out. Well, we're doing the reading for you at 4:22. So 4 hours 22 minutes. And you can come back. It'll be on my Modern Mystic page. It'll be on Josh's Breaking Reality. And you can find it because your reading is at 4:22. Hi, Kristen.
Good God, I just had 4 of the cards come out all clumped together.
What mine were like flying out. I'm going to pull a couple tarot just to get clarity. Because she's got just a lot of stuff going on there.
Do you know Terry, hon?
No, I can feel her though.
The reason why I was asking.
Hola.
Well, the reason why I was asking is, especially looking at this reading, I would.
You want to do it private?
No, I'll do this reading live. I have no problem with it, but I'd like for her to contact us. I would like to do a private reading for her. Additionally, no charge.
Okay.
I would like to
get more private.
Yeah, I'd like to do some Lenormand work with it. There's a spread that calls for tarot and Lenormand. It's a really intense. It's a really intense spread. It ends up being 40 cards. It's a really intense work, and it's not something we can handle on a live.
Well, the thing about like Lenormand, I love Lenormand. I found it years ago, and I helped Josh with it, and then he's helped me so much. And it's like one of those things that it gives you a full picture of where tarot is like psychology, archetype based, spiritual based, journey based, very symbolic. Lenormand is based on cartomancy, which is playing cards with basic symbolism. And it's a total different kind of card. And it gives you your real life stuff.
The way I've got a reading subscription service that I do. And part of my reading subscription service in my tier 3 and tier 4, I work with what's called the Grand Tableau on Lenormand, or the Grand Table, which is literally where you lay all 36 cards out in the spread. Every card in the deck gets laid out. And the way I use this when I'm doing my reading services, I do one of those for the person each month that's got that tier of that subscription service. And what we do is we lay this out as a roadmap of how we're going to look at things and work on things through that month. Because we can look at it and see where there's hot spots and key triggers that we need to look at. Because when we lay this spread out and we start to do the interpretation of it, which can take quite a while. Like the Grand Tableau is not something you do on a live unless you're going to do like a 2 to 3 hour live.
Video chat, that way you can like explain it.
Right. And I always do all my stuff on video chat, actually. I do everything on video chat unless it's in person.
She's had a tower moment. She's had a major tower moment. Terry, I get you, boo. She's had a crumbling, and it's still crumbling right now. It's happening. Ooh, she's going through a tower moment right now.
Now, are you pulling more cards for her, or are you doing more?
I'm double checking with tarot.
Okay. Because I'm ready to roll when I've got my spread laid out in front of me when you're ready.
Go for it.
Okay. Terry, the way I do these is I run through the cards first, and then I actually do the reading when I do a full spread like this. So your first card is Restore and Replenish. This card's been making an appearance all night. It's like, on the greatest hits list. The next card is Softly, Softly, the Tender Touch.
Oh.
That right there, it hit focus really good. This is a great card. Beautiful card. Here, I'm going to drop this down off the screen so it's not hiding. What is already within you is your next card. This next card is maybe one of the most gorgeous cards in this deck and one of the hardest cards to see everything that is inside of it because it has so much on it. But beyond the mind, the heart beats.
That one.
This card is absolutely amazing, folks. And especially for you, Terry. This card's going to be a big card because the next card you've also got, and that card falls dead center in the spread. Right smack dab in the middle of it. The Beyond the Mind, the Heart Beats. The next card is Seeing the True You. Your next card is Visions of Life Beyond Death.
Oh, my word.
And then the last card you've got is Inner Trust.
Bam.
All right, this first card, this Restore and Replenish, like we said, this card has been making an appearance all night. We've been talking about this card all night. We know you just got here. But one thing with this card, one big thing this card shows is it talks about taking the time to restore your energy, to rest, to take in those things that you need, to be giving yourself the self-care, to make sure you're being taken care of energetically as well as physically, spiritually, emotionally. You're taking care of all these different things. And you got to make sure that you're doing that. And that is a very, very key element in this. Because if not, you are going to get burned out. You are going to end up getting to that point to where you just don't have any more to give.
I think she's there.
And this is what this is crying for, is for that rest. Like, that was the very first card. She also wants to know if her payment works, she's asking.
Yes, it did. My leg was numb.
So,
we don't need chairs.
God, yes, horribly. Unfortunately for me, because of my size, the chair I need is stupidly expensive.
I'll have to do like a fundraiser for it or something.
But this.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say this Restore and the Replenish, though, is very, very critical. Like, especially falling first card in the reading, this is something you need to focus on so hard, so bad, so strongly. You've got to be taking care of yourself, Terry. You've got to take care of yourself in all manners. And this is that self-care, that self-love. This means, like, I will tell the people, you know, a big part of this is finding those self-care things, those special little things for you that like really treats you special, whether it's like a special kind of tea that you like to have, that's just your favorite tea, and that's how you want to start off your day with your morning meditations, is with a cup of that tea. Or if it's something like
daily rituals.
Yeah, daily rituals. Or if you like to take a bath with like, you know, like a bath bomb and oils and stuff like that, or crystals, things like that. Those things that help you out, those things that are extra special to you. Those are the things that you need to be focusing in on to help take care of you.
Oh my God.
What?
Babe. Oh, babe. I'm so sorry, Terry. Oh, wow.
What?
That triggered me. Oh, that's a wound I've been working on. Wow, Terry. Okay, you're okay, sweetheart.
Oh, darling.
Yeah, I know that one. I know that one.
So this becomes even more critical. This becomes absolutely critical. Top of the list. Top of the list. That becomes so much. And then this, the softly, softly tender touch. This card here calls that you are so deep in emotions and feeling right now. This card's a very strong emotional card. This card here, let's see if I can get this to focus out a little better.
Oh my word. Wow. That's like a divine feminine card. That is like this
card is so deeply divine. It is a very maternal card.
And we're hitting the Kristen too. It's resonating with her.
Yeah, this card is so deep on that divine feminine, and it's that softly, softly the tender touch. It's that soft touch of the mother, that healing touch. But it's filled with so much energy, so much love, so much of everything. It feels all those emotions.
Mother yourself, babe. I've been doing it. Yeah. Mother yourself. Give yourself the love of a mother, sweetheart.
Yeah. You've got what you need already inside you. Like, you don't need to go searching outside of you for anything. Everything you need's right there. All the love, all the healing, everything you need's right there within you. You just got to reach into it and grab a hold of it. It's right there waiting for you. The next card is a really, really critical card, and this is the one that I love so much, and it fell right in the middle of the spread, which is always an important part as well. Is beyond the mind, the heart beats.
shut the front door. I got seeing beyond.
Okay, well, this card here calls for the fact that beyond the mind, beyond the logical, beyond the reasoning, beyond everything, the heart beats. The heart is really critical in this, and that's like, and it's not the heart; it's like the physical heart beating, like that muscle that's in our chest that pumps blood.
Unconditional.
This is that energetic heart. This is that emotional heart. This is that aspect of the heart that is the love. This is the aspect of the heart that this is the heart as the, like, an aspect of the brain, as the aspect of the thought, as the aspect of the consciousness, that heart.
I love consciousness, that source that we all come from.
This is pulling that logical mind back, that's trying to say reasoning and science says.
You can't, okay.
And listening to heart that says emotion and feeling and love says.
As an empath, she taps into that so easily. It just gets so clouded.
Tim wanted to know what stone you was holding, Tiff.
Labradorite.
The next card that you got is Seeing the True You. Okay, this is really critical right now, because you got to make sure that you see the true you. You see really you. You don't allow people to just see you for the situation at hand. Okay? You're not just what happened. Okay? Make sure people see the true you. Let them know you. Show your feelings. Show your emotions. And this next card, after you revealed what you revealed just a few moments ago, this next card takes on a whole different deep meaning.
Yeah, it's Kristen.
This next card is Visions of Life Beyond Death.
Oh, shizness.
Okay, and I will tell you, as a shaman, death is something that we handle that's very sacred.
As a medium, similar.
Yeah, we work with death in a very sacred manner, and it's something that's very respected and it's very honored.
Well, it's a transition. We honor it.
It is. It really is.
But there's that grief time that she needs to allow for herself, and she's not allowing it because it hurts so much.
Well, it just happened. She hasn't even had time for the grief. She's still in the shock phase.
Oh, shock phase.
Yes, she needs time. She will start to feel this. She will, and she will work through it. But she's still in the early phases of this. And Terry, just be so gentle to yourself. Please, please, please take care of yourself. Be so gentle. Be so loving. Be so kind. Give yourself all that compassion and love. But there's visions of life beyond death. There is so much more life beyond just this tragedy that has happened. There is so much more. And a big part of that, and knowing that going forward, is going to be that inner trust and those feelings that you have in yourself, and just really embrace that. And this, honestly, this card right here, every time I see this card, really reminds me of a mother, and it almost reminds me of Mary in a way, to be honest.
Oh gosh, I'm looking at it going, hey.
Like the only thing that's like shy of this being like the traditional Christian Mary look is the shawl being blue, because they usually depict Mary with a blue shawl.
Oh, it looks white.
What I'm saying is the shawl is white. I said if you painted this blue, it'd almost be a depiction of the Christian image of Mary.
Well, oh yeah, but you know what's weird is the Essenes, which Mary was a part of, they wore white.
Well, maybe this is supposed to be Mary as an Essene.
Uh-huh. Because she would have originally worn white. So would have Jesus as an Essene. That's where it's always weird. They're depicted in the different color, like blue. It's not accurate.
Most of what's depicted is not accurate.
No, Kristen. Oh no, girl. Oh, y'all are killing me. My heart. Oh, can I send out Reiki? And like, if y'all want it, y'all can take it. Can I do that? Are y'all okay with that? Yes, Terry.
Yeah, Terry. We're here for you. You know, if you need someone to talk to, you can reach out to both of us.
Hey, Josh, the stages of grief, right?
Name of Kristen. There are stages of grief. Actually, I downloaded a thing earlier. I'll post it up in the Modern Mystic pages and stuff. I'll send it over to you. I'll post it up on my pages. You can post it up over on your pages.
Of course.
It talks about a cycle of grief. It talks about all these different things that you'll go through in grief. One of the things you got to understand in grief is not like a straight beeline. You can bounce from one thing to another, to another, to another, and you might do that. You might bounce through every stage of grief in a 5-minute time frame.
It's so different for everybody, true, too. Yeah. And then you can repeat some of it.
Oh, you will most definitely repeat it. I will guarantee in the grief healing process, you're going to repeat this cycle many times, but it will come through. Now, there's also another thing that I will share on grief. It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever watched on grief. It's by a lady named Nora McInerney, and she does a TED Talk. It's about 15 minutes long, and she talks about moving on with grief. And it's not moving on from grief. It's moving on with grief.
Yes.
I think I've shared it with you before, Tiffany. And Nora talks about, she experienced a lot of loss of people very close to her in a very short time frame. If I remember right, I think it was a father, a husband, and she had a miscarriage as well. All within a very, very short time frame. And she talks about how she's learned to move on with that grief and taking it with her, because she's like, she'll never.
You're not gonna forget that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like her husband was like one of the lows of her life. Like, it was a beautiful thing, and it was a tragic loss. And she's remarried, and she said that even now her current husband still allows her to talk about, well,
why wouldn't you?
Right. Well, and even now, like with in my family, my mother passed away a couple years ago. My father's finally starting to date again. He's found this lady that he absolutely just enjoys spending time with, and I think it is beautiful. And it's him being able to step back into opening himself up for love again. Mm-hmm. And one of the most beautiful things that I've heard about grief is just love with no place to go.
Shut up. That's like to my heart.
Yes. That is one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard on grief.
Oh my gosh. And it's so, wow, dude. Talk about epiphany. Dang. Whoa. That was like, you gotta warn, it's like a bomb. Like, you gotta warn people with like an awareness conscious bomb.
Nah, I just drop those on people and be like, okay, mic drop.
What's her name? Nora? The one that did the TED Talk? I found it.
Nora McInerney.
Okay, I got it right here. I'm gonna share it. I don't care if I get flagged or something. I mean, it's whatever.
I share that thing around. Like, I think that is one of the greatest talks on grief as far as that. Actually, my nephew is who shared that piece on grief. After my mother had passed, he was sharing some stuff around on grief. A bunch of us were in the family and stuff. And he ended up coming across that. I'm not sure where he ran across it, but it's one of those things that ever since I've read that has always stuck with me.
I just saw a comment switching, but I agree with her in a weird way. And also like a fragment of Ashura, because and Sophia, she's like a conglomerate, but she's the mother aspect of the triple divine maiden mother crone aspect. Mm-hmm. So they took out the maiden and the crone and just have the mother. Just like that. They picked the aspect.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this represents on the back of the card, is the maiden, the mother, and the crone.
She is.
Yeah.
The Queen of Heaven, Stella Martha. She's that forgotten goddess that so many women look for. And in Catholicism, that's where so many women pray to her and stuff. And she has such a high regard. I work more Gnostic. And so for me, like, I was raised Christian, Southern Baptist, but I was always asking big questions and getting in trouble. And I got kicked out of Bible school whenever I asked where the goddess was. I said, well, there's a father. Where's the mother? That don't make sense.
I was gonna say, in my Breaking Reality logo is actually that
It's
is
a
a
triple goddess.
representation. It's the triple goddess, the maiden, the mother, and the crone.
It's the divine feminine.
Yeah.
It's the aspects that we as women go through and experience within our lives. It's that manifests as a goddess. And we have that archetype, like in Jungian psychology. All of us have those archetypes within us. Like for me with grief, I was having to really, like when I got down to the deepest layers, my mother wound wasn't just like not having miscarriages, not being able to have babies, having a hysterectomy, mourning the loss of my organs and my ability to ever have children because people make you feel like shit, like you're a failure or something. You just couldn't do it. Not my fault I had endo and freaking cyst and 9 surgeries, and not my fault, 1 ovary left. But it was like society really puts that on us. And so that's where you've got to really look at that, like deprogram yourself from that and get to the core. And the core of the wound is actually that deepest mother wound of grief, of loss. And it can be programmed all the way back to our own experiences as a child with our own mother. And then healing that mother aspect within us. It's screaming for that. And then being our own mother, giving ourselves that love of a mother.
I think something that's really critical, and this is my opinion, so take this with a grain of salt. And I'm a dude, so take this with even more of a grain of salt.
Robbie, get out of the trash can. Sorry.
But I think just about any woman who's going through the process of a spiritual awakening and healing from a lot of traumas really needs to work on what they call womb healing.
Yeah, I've been focusing on sacral.
And what was known as the red tent healers, who were women who worked with other women on healing those traumas, those deep wound traumas.
Holding space, because we get it.
There's a circle of female healers that work very deeply and very specifically with that aspect. Like they won't even work with males because their energy is well, right. They're like a specialist. They're like, they're like going to a doctor that's a specialist, and this is what they specialized in. They're so specific in this that this is where they focus all their energy and all their specialty into. Okay, and I really think there's a lot of them out there. You said 3, and
I was like, huh?
No.
I know I work with women on this stuff all the time.
I don't think I ever said a number. I said I know some.
Oh, weird. I thought I heard 3. There were 3 women. Bizarre.
No. Oh.
Man, that number 3 keeps coming up.
Yeah.
Kristen's right. Break that cycle, looking within and reprogram that aspect.
Yep.
Go in there and that societal pressure that we have, that we guilt and shame ourselves or feel less than or feel dirty or broken or whatever, no, that's not you. You're not broken.
Nope.
It's society that's putting that on you. Sometimes even within that society, religion, relationships, people that are programmed and having those same expectations on you. The opinions of others do not shape you and don't allow them to. It's time to take the power back and recognize it for what it is. Like the reins. Take those reins.
Absolutely. 100%.
It's like what Ava just said, the mother and father healing wounds. I had to heal my father wounds. And I realized my father wounds resolved around the male aspect of the God Yahweh. Because when I was a child and reading the Old Testament, I strongly disliked that character. Because that character was genocidal and homicidal and all these things. And I was like, and then, Yeshua comes in the New Testament and was teaching of a loving. And I was like, wait, that's the one that I know. Like, I would get in trouble for saying that's not my God.
All I gotta say is being a young boy growing up in a very evangelical, conservative Christian church that
It's put on you.
preaches this stuff really hard. That whole part about Isaac or Abraham taking Isaac up to sacrifice him because God said so.
Exactly.
Holy shit! Being a boy, little boy, going shit. Is Dad gonna kill me because God said so?
Well, I was always told like the Bible, take it for word, but then they would pick the words or whatever. But then I studied the history of it, and I studied the real translations, and I studied and I was like, okay, I see what you're doing, Roman Catholic Church.
Well, see, and that's why I want to address this in that Bible study I'm talking about from a metaphysical standpoint.
Well, and also from like the psychological, emotional, like as a female, I was always looking for the woman, and the women were either a prostitute or they were a demon, or a mother, a virgin mother.
And this is where we're going to dive outside of just the Bible into a lot of other texts, and we're going to dive into the Apocrypha, the Pseudepigrapha, the Gnostics.
I love Apocrypha. Well, I consider the Apocrypha part. I mean, I go out of canon all the time because I love the Nag Hammadi. The Book of Mary is like one of my favorites. It's Mary Magdalene in the Nag Hammadi. I'll share the link.
Absolutely.
And my favorite poem I read to Josh, I'll share that. That's where I found my goddess in college. It's called Thunder Perfect Mind. And it is a random poem that's found in these texts that were found in Egypt in clay vessels in 1940?
1945, I believe, is when they was found.
And the Gnostics were deemed as heretics through Christianity, but before that, they were an earlier branch with Christianity. But they had very different philosophy and theology. And they had a goddess aspect. They had the feminine. And I was like, there it is. There she is. And in this poem, she's kind of pissed. So.
Oh, yeah.
And someone said something else. Oh, yeah. Oh, look. Oh, my God. I love you, Ava. Okay, explain the character Trigon, Josh. I don't know this character.
Trigon. Yahweh is the Trigon of the Old Testament. I don't know that. Maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Trigon's a weird character, though. Like Trigon, like I said, he's like a demon lord. Like he's really high. He's really powerful. He's like, he's trying to break into this realm from where he's at to take over and dominate and control.
Oh, no, I don't like him then.
Yeah, oh no, Trigon is not good. Trigon is evil. Trigon is the epitome of evil. Trigon is everything that is evil.
So he would be like the biblical Satan, because there's more than one Satan.
Yes.
There's Satans. I'm looking at, I'm going to share this. Okay. Where are you?
Okay, well, which one did you get? Because there's two Egyptian eyes. Is it the Eye of Ra or the Eye of Horus?
What?
Kristen said, I literally just got the Egyptian eye tattooed on my calf. And I said, which one? The Eye of Ra or the Eye of Horus?
Okay, Eye of Horus. Explain that. And what's the difference?
Hold on. I've got a spammer in here I got to deal with.
Okay. Okay, I got it. Found it.
StreamYard's glitching really bad right now because every time I try to block one of these people or delete them, it's disconnecting.
Electronic Schumann resonance stuff. That Schumann, I'm telling you, it's off the charts after that spike.
Because this person's like messaging everyone in here, and for some reason,
I'll get rid of him. Okay, dude, seriously, like, what? Okay, it's Clary John. We know you're a fake profile. We know you're a spammer. So go away, shoo.
Yes, they're a troll. We eat trolls around here.
Klinsman with the Palo Santo. That's bad juju. That's predatorial.
I actually want to read a poem for you guys because it seems like injury, heartache, grief is kind of a theme that's been going through the evening. And this is, I imagine I've read this to Tiffany. This is one of my favorite poems. It's from a book called Riverwalk by Jason Ravenheart Stone. And here's Jason on the back. I can actually get some copies of this from Jason. It's about the only place you can ever get copies of this now. I have a way to get a hold of Jason to get these. Yeah, I can't get it to stop. Like, I can't get them to stop.
Okay. StreamYard is glitching. It's saying I lost my connection.
I know, and you have to connect to reconnect it.
What?
But I want to read this poem. Okay, I got him. The user was blocked. Did we lose Tiffany? It looks like she froze up. We lost Tiffany. She will be back in a moment.
No, I can still hear you.
Your video's gone. And she's gone. Hey, Jane. Let's see. Jane, we've actually stopped readings for the night. We're just kind of hanging out talking. We went for about 4 hours with readings. And we're just kind of taking some time to chill, and we're talking about some things and just hanging out. Tiffany got knocked out of the room, so I'm waiting for her to come back. I wonder if her battery died. Tiffany's going to come back in a few moments and be like, my phone got disconnected, the charger got disconnected, and my battery died. Froze up, be right back. There she is. Okay. I was thinking that her phone got disconnected and the battery died. Because I know she said she had to go get her charger earlier because it was getting low. So, give a few moments for Tiffany to get back. Jamming to the music. I actually think I'm going to snag a couple copies of this book from Jason. I'm going to do some giveaways with it. It's really, really great book. It's one of my favorite books. I've given so many copies of this away, including the original one that he sent to me. One thing that he did write in the original copy as an inscription to me was, courage is only fear that has said its prayers. And I thought that was good. I like that. Courage is only fear that has said its prayers. How do you get like online /video? This is actually called StreamYard is what we're using, which is a free to use program that we're able to broadcast out to Facebook and to YouTube and stuff like this. Zoom works. There's a lot of stuff.
Alright.
I got you.
Thank you. That's switchy. I was all disoriented, like moving seats on me. My internet is really acting up.
Okay. Well, I want to read this. I want to read this poem now. But I wanted to wait till you was back to read it. But I think I've read this.
Yes.
I think I've read this to you before, though. It's called How to Hold an Injured Heart. Who would have ever thought, in our society of the disposable mentality, a treasure as delicate and sacred as a heart could be taken so lightly, given with so much trust, compassion, and openness, only to be discarded as if it were nothing, left out in the cold, alone, and abandoned. Once recovered, it must be brought back to health very slowly, for it has lost its ability to trust, to feel. If one looks closely, a tear can be seen. In time, this may heal. However, a scar will always remain. If the owner of this injured heart allows you to touch it, hold it very gently in the palm of your hands, close to your own, so that it may hear the beating of another. Gently caress it with your fingertips. Love it, make it feel safe. When it has been warmed and the glow is returning, hand it back to its owner. Hand to the other person your own heart. Notice the feeling of love as you experience having no heart while another close to you has two. The injured heart of the other is now healing, regaining its strength. The love it possesses was never lost, just not taken seriously. Beware of who you give your heart to. Observe how they hold their own heart. Are they takers or givers?
No.
Give
Jonathan, you're breaking up.
What?
I can't. Like you went black. It like blacked out, and you're like glitching.
Give only to a giver, one without an agenda, only unconditional love. Jason Ravenheart Stone, 1994. I think it's on your
Your screen
end.
is frozen.
It's not on my end. I think it's on yours.
Okay, hold it.
Guys, is it on my end or was it on Tiffany's end? Am I freezing up or was it like what was going on? I think because Tiff says she's having trouble with her internet. Everything seems to be fine on my end. Guys, let me know. Was I breaking up or anything so I can let Tiffany know what it is. Yeah, I think it's on her end where it's freezing up. I think there's some issues with her internet right now. There we are. We're back.
I love that poem.
I do. This is one of my favorite poems. It's so beautiful.
Well, it's about that holding space and that vulnerability, and then embracing those aspects in a safe space, and treating your own heart just as tenderly as you would treat someone else's.
Right.
Beautiful.
Right. It's such a beautiful, and this book is filled with like these short little stories about love, transformation, validation. It's called Riverwalk.
It's out of print, right?
It's out of print, but Jason actually has several copies that I can get a hold of off of him. I want to say they're about like $8-9 a copy, or maybe a little more.
I love it.
Let me reach out and find out how much they are off of Jason. And like, if you guys are interested, let me know and we'll set something up. I might even see if I can't just get Jason to set up a deal, like with you guys can order through like my Facebook page and he'll just ship it out to you.
Oh, beautiful. And I would like to be able to quote some of his stuff like on my page, create.
Oh, I imagine Jason would have no problem with that. We'll reach out to him and stuff though, but he's here's a picture of him. He's went through a lot of loss, he's went through a lot of things. Just a beautiful soul, just an amazing guy. This book is so like, some of the stories in here they're a little longer. Some of them are super short, like none of them super long. But this one here is a really beautiful one. It's a little bit longer. It's called The Giant Amorous Butterfly of the Pacific Northwest. And this story, like I read this and it was just gorgeous. It was just beautiful. And there's just all these different things he talks about in here. He's got one in here called The Child of Christmas Past. another one of his stories. Like he's got one here that's just a short thing that's called "To Watch a Flower Unfold," and it's all about just being patient and just watching and observing and honoring and loving. Like this very first part of "To Watch a Flower Unfold" says, "I will not touch your petals without your permission, for delicate are they from the cold, harsh climates which you have endured." I mean, that right there, just said the opening lines are beautiful.
Absolutely. My internet is like dying.
I can tell.
You want to call it?
Yeah, it's already like 3:49. We've been going for 5 hours.
Dude, that's the longest I've ever done a live, legit.
I've actually done longers on like other streams and stuff, but like a live like this, and usually after like 2 hours, I'm feeling it.
I'm feeling pretty good right now though, but I have
Oh,
feeling
so
it's like
am I.
Schumann. But we'll
So
chat
am I.
afterwards.
Oh, most definitely. I want to go ahead and say thank you to everybody coming out tonight. Thank you for coming out and being part of this, hanging out with us, chatting. I've loved all the conversation we've had. It's just been beautiful. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much for being here, everyone.
Good night, everybody, and blessed be.
Good night.